Chapter 39-29. Goodbye, Inuer. The Saintess, they obviously would not give her up. After all, she represented the divine embryo body. Great Elder? At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at the Great Elder indifferently. He never thought that he would see the Great Elder again. That year, he had met this powerhouse once. At that time, the Great Elder was like Mount Tai, and Lin Ling had no chance to get close. And now, he realized that the first elder wasn't too far away from him. This was also the result of his years of hard work, worthy of being the thick-skinned seventh prince. Then, Lin Ling secretly sneered. The seventh prince's words were as if he had completely become the son-in-law of the immortal temple. However, the seventh prince's calculations were good, but unfortunately, he was going to fail today. After the arrival of the Great Elder, the atmosphere gradually became lively. The powerhouses of the Great Devil sect all sat down, but they did not speak much because they also knew how terrifying the people who appeared here today were. If they joined forces, it would not be difficult to destroy the Great Devil sect. He also knew that the immortal temple fair handing over the Saintess was actually forced by the situation. The Great Elder looked at everyone with a smile. Although it was forced by the situation, it was undeniable that everyone present was a heaven's wealth. If the Saintess could walk together with them, it would be the Saintess' blessing and the immortal temple's blessing. Among them, he was most optimistic about the seventh prince because the latter was a trial challenger. Next was Duan Wuhan. This child had awakened the Duan family's first bloodline, and his future was limitless. Oh, some people are just making up the numbers. Just as everyone was talking politely, Duan Wuhan suddenly smiled and looked in a certain direction. Everyone immediately followed his gaze and found that Duan Wuhan was looking at Lin Ling. Making up the numbers? Could it be that Duan Wuhan mocked Lin Ling as making up the numbers? No one knew him, not even the immortal temple? At this time, many people secretly laughed. The seventh prince also laughed sarcastically. How could a lowly commoner compare to him? Due to Lin Ling's sudden mention, the First Elder and the Great Devil Sect's members furrowed their brows as they subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling's side. They clearly did not expect that this person would be so unsociable and become a thorn in their side. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they were all confused because they had never seen this person before. However, he had a slight impression of it, as if he had seen it somewhere before. For a moment, they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. The Saintess has arrived. At this moment, a voice finally rang out, causing the surroundings to instantly fall silent. Under countless gazes, a white-clothed woman with a long sword strapped to her waist slowly walked towards the central region. Upon closer inspection, this woman was extremely beautiful, like a snow lotus on an icy mountain. Her appearance was otherworldly like a fairy, and her every movement carried a wisp of celestial aura. She was like a fairy that had descended from the 9 heavens. Coupled with the legend of the divine fetus, the woman's body was shrouded in a mysterious glow. It was as if this woman's sleeves were fluttering, as if she could ride the wind and fly away at any moment. Saintess. Many people's eyes immediately narrowed. So beautiful. More people licked their lips. In their eyes, the misty rain made it seem as if a dreamlike goddess was slowly walking towards them. Saintess. The seventh prince's complexion also became dignified. His eyes were somewhat hot, and it was a kind of heat that was determined to obtain her. If the Saintess was only based on her appearance, the seventh prince would not take a liking to her. However, the Saintess not only had a fairy-like appearance, but also possessed a rare divine fetus, which made him extremely eager to act. Now that he had seen the Saintess with his own eyes, the seventh prince discovered that in addition to these 2 major advantages, the Saintess also had an extremely attractive temperament, which was indifference. Indifference to everything in the world. However, this temperament aroused the seventh prince's possessiveness. The more indifferent she was, the more he wanted to break this rule and make this woman his woman. This was the seventh prince's domineering aura. On the other side, Duan Wuhan was also extremely excited at this moment. I didn't expect this Saintess to be so beautiful. Coupled with her divine fetus body, she's mine. He Duan Wuhan now had the first bloodline of the Duan family. If he could get a divine fetus body, then he would be the first person in the history of the Duan family. It was even possible for him to surpass the Duan lineage martial god. The entire area, and even the entire city, quieted down because of the appearance of an Yuer. It was as if countless ordinary stars were looking at the bright moon in the sky. However, an Yuer's expression was very calm. She also knew what was going to happen today. Regarding this, she obviously refused in her heart. However, she knew that if she refused, the immortal temple would be eradicated. Although the immortal temple took her away, they treated her very well. The elders of the entire immortal temple treated her as their granddaughter. She would remember this kindness, and she would always remember it. Therefore, regarding this marriage ceremony, she did not agree, but she also did not refuse. She even kept asking herself who she really was. Why did her heart always hurt? Why did she always think of that blue-robed young man? Why, in her dusty memories, there was a place that constantly called out to her. However, when she wanted to unravel the layers of fog, she still could not see that place. All of these mysteries made her want nothing more than to tear them apart. However, the great elder of the immortal temple had once divined for her. When she wanted to know everything, the truth would be revealed today. Including the things she needed to know, everything that she wanted to know, everything would come to an end today. It was also because of this that she had come. Come and meet the seventh prince. At this moment, the great elder's voice drifted over, causing an Yuer to immediately retract her absent-minded gaze and look at a handsome young man. The seventh prince was delighted. He never thought that he would be the first to be introduced. This meant that his chances were the greatest. He immediately stood up and swept his gaze over all of his love rivals with contempt. He was just about to speak. Senior sister I'm here. However, at this moment, an untimely voice interrupted him. Next, on the other side, a blue-robed young man ignored everyone's gazes and stood up with a smile. Everyone was shocked. That blue-robed young man did not understand etiquette at all. He actually turned from guest to host. After all, the great elder had called the seventh prince first. There will be a good show to watch. However, soon, many people began to sneer inwardly. Because the blue-robed young man did not understand etiquette, he would definitely be chased away by the immortal temple. Moreover, did he think that people would recognize him just because he shouted? This was simply a joke. It's him. The seventh prince was stunned. Then he revealed a mocking smile. Trying to steal his spotlight? That would depend on whether or not he was qualified. However, Yuer did not see the crowd's mockery at all. Instead, she looked at the blue-robed young man not far away in surprise. At this moment, her frozen heart was moved. It began to shatter. It was him. Chapter 39:30. Holding your hand and growing old together. Because she'd been constantly thinking about that mysterious blue-robed young man throughout these years. Even if she still hadn't found her memories, she really missed that blue-robed young man for some unknown reason. Even though the blue-robed young man had told her everything about it wasn't her memories. So, she returned to the temple in an attempt to find everything she had lost. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to find any memories in the end. The day of the wedding will be the day to end everything for you. She suddenly remembered what the great elder had said after the divination. Could it be because of him? Under countless gazes, Yuer moved gracefully and actually walked step by step towards the blue-robed young man. At this moment, the hearts of countless people exploded. What's going on? Isn't the holy maiden an ice beauty? Why did she run over after being seduced by someone else? You must be seeing things. Look again if you don't believe me. Screw your eyesight. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but the holy maiden is indeed walking towards the blue-robed young man. Following that, numerous exclamations of shock could be heard. You've come. Yuer's speed was slow at first, but she gradually sped up. Lin Ling also walked out with a smile. His handsome face had a hint of excitement. I'm coming. No matter where you are, I'll come. In just a few steps, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of Anuer. The two of them seemed to ignore everyone in the world as they looked at each other indifferently. Perhaps in their eyes, the world had already disappeared, and the only thing left was each other. It was like a marriage that spanned thousands of generations. I knew you would come today. My intuition told me on the day of the divination. Anuer was also very excited. She suddenly smiled. With this smile, the flowers dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight of this. Smile? The iceberg beauty also smiled? This was even rarer than snow in June. Moreover, the holy maiden was smiling for the blue-robed young man. This time, not only were the people shocked, even the heavenly tycoons were enraged. Among them, the seventh prince and Duan Wuhan stood there in a daze, as if they had been struck dumb. Especially the seventh prince, who was the first to be introduced and was planning to bask in the envious gazes of everyone. However, the outcome was that the light that belonged to him had been seized away by the blue-robed young man. One had to know that he had previously mocked the blue-robed youth for being a fake. But now, he was like a toad lusting after a swan. "You, that's enough." The seventh prince immediately roared. "Shut up." However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His eyes were still looking at Anuer, and gradually became gentle. "You've lost weight." A soft voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. "Yeah, you do." Anuer nodded and looked at Lin Ling with concern. Along the way there have been a lot of troubles. Perhaps it's because of this that you've lost weight. But in the end I still found you." Lin Ling smiled and a blue lotus appeared in his hand. Then, he held Anuer's hand and gently placed it on her small hand. "Hold it and you'll remember everything." Anuer did not reject and allowed Lin Ling to hold her small hand. Then she held the bright blue lotus. This lotus looked ordinary, but it emitted a gentle light that made Anuer feel extremely comfortable. "I like it a lot." Anuer suddenly smiled like a little girl. Lin Ling also smiled. However, he knew that this blue lotus was not simple. It was the 3 lifetimes bridge of helplessness. It could restore one's memory and unlock all seals. This rare divine flower was bought by Lin Ling at God's store at a high price. Then, he quietly held Anuer's hand, and the two of them seemed to have walked through thousands of centuries. And you didn't react at first, but gradually, her eyes began to change because the scene around her had completely changed. She seemed to have returned to the Gu Yen sect. She even saw that stubborn youth. It was Lin Ling. Everything was quietly returning to him at this moment. She seemed to be walking on a small road in the countryside with the youth under the warm sun. The surroundings were very peaceful, and the little flowers by the roadside were very beautiful. Gradually, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom changed, and her clan was annihilated. However, it was the youth who descended from the sky, holding her hand. When she was at her weakest, he brought her through the wind and rain. Her eyes gradually became moist. Her memories were constantly recovering. Finally, it stopped at the Kaiyuan River. The youth of the past had become an indomitable expert. He stepped into the forbidden ground alone, walked through thousands of mountains and rivers, and finally found her. Anuer's change was obviously noticed by the Grand Elder. He immediately frowned, stared at the blue lotus, and finally sighed softly. He once divined Anuer's fate and knew that Anuer's fate would end today. Therefore, he also agreed to start this wedding ceremony. However, he never expected that the person who solved the fate was actually that youth. "It's him, I finally remember." "Yes." The first elder muttered to himself. He remembered Lin Ling. That youth seemed to be from Qingzhou, and in the past, he was an extremely weak existence. At that time, he also met him once. He even saw Lin Ling pestering the Saint Lady, so he also let the Saint Lady kill Lin Ling. For this, Lin Ling was stabbed by the Saint Lady. However, in the days after that, he found that the Saint Lady seemed to have something on her mind every day. Moreover, through continuous observation, he knew that the Saint Lady was heartbroken for that youth. This also made him secretly investigate the youth's background. He found out that the youth's background was very ordinary, and he was not worthy of the Immortal Temple's Saint Lady. However, now he finally knew how terrifying that youth was. He actually rose step by step from a passerby, and even reached this place. It was easy to say, but the process was difficult. He could imagine. That young man really liked the saintess. Perhaps this is karma. Sigh. The grand elder sighed in his heart. Compared to his soft sigh, the heavenly heroes were furious. That was because that blue-robed youth was actually holding the saint lady's hand. Not only that, he actually gave her a flower. Most importantly, the saint lady actually accepted that flower, and she even looked very happy. This made their jealousy erupt like a volcano. In fact, many people had already prepared bright flowers, but because they could not give them away, they were so angry that their teeth were itching. Hee, it's just a lousy lotus. It's a disgrace to the saint lady's status. Sigh. Someone who couldn't eat the grapes sneered. That's right, that lotus doesn't have any power. It must be a cheap item. Someone else added. Because they could not see the origin of the 3 lives 3 worlds bridge of helplessness, their words were also sour. However, for those who were watching the show, they did not see it that way. Chapter 39-31. Selecting a son-in-law. The surrounding scene also changed because of this. In the end, they even saw that under the light of the lotus, it was already a young man and a young woman. They held hands and bathed in the warm sunlight, representing pure love. So beautiful! Finally, an old man shouted. This sentence also caused many people to nod their heads, because in their eyes, the young woman was holy and the young man was handsome. They were like a match made in heaven. Holding your hand, growing old together. Especially for some women, this scene was romantic and beautiful. They also hoped that in the future, there would be a man holding their hand under countless gazes, going through all kinds of ups and downs. The entire ancient city was undoubtedly silent. This kid, what a good method. The unrestrained sword martial god kept looking at Lin Ling. The corners of his mouth curved into an excited smile. He clearly did not expect that Lin Ling would be able to win the heart of the immortal temple's saintess from the hands of the Tianhao. This was a ruthless slap to the faces of those Tianhao. Didn't you say that I was just making up the numbers? Didn't you say that I was a toad? Now, the saintess's hand was held by him, then who was the toad? This was not only a slap, it was a refreshing slap. The gentle light gradually disappeared, the light was gorgeous and blurry, but the young man and young woman in the light slowly grew up, and everything returned to normal in the end. However, the one who changed was Xianxia. Because her delicate little face was already full of tears, the tears fell on the ground like blooming flowers. Lin Ling. Under countless shocked gazes, she suddenly hugged Lin Ling and cried like a little girl. Meanwhile, Lin Ling also smiled excitedly. Senior sister Yuer finally recovered her memories. Fuck. Seeing this, the eyes of the Tianhao were spitting fire. Alright, senior sister Yuer, you go first. At this time, Lin Ling patted Xianxia's shoulder and said. This pat once again caused an uproar among the Tianhao. Everyone wanted to chop off Lin Ling's arm. No, I want to go with you. However, Xianxia stubbornly shook her head. Lin Ling smiled and said confidently, we have been separated for so many years. Since we met again, let's treat it as me marrying you again. I want you to come back in glory and I want everyone to know that you are my, Lin Ling's, woman. Lin Ling's last sentence was filled with a man's domineering aura and unwavering determination. And Xianxia stared at the affectionate man in front of her with her beautiful eyes. She was stunned for a moment before she nodded. Although she didn't know why Lin Ling said that, she believed in Lin Ling. I'll wait for you. And Xianxia looked at Lin Ling reluctantly and walked over to the first elder. However, her "I'll wait for you" undoubtedly broke the hearts of countless people. It was as if they were watching a beautiful woman leave, as if they were watching a powerful divine fetus fly away and land on the blue-robed youth's body. Then, the blue-robed youth sullied it. How could they swallow this anger? First elder. Duan Wuhan immediately roared out. However, the first elder didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and saw that her eyes were much clearer. He also knew that the saintess had recovered her memories. After recovering her memories, the saintess was no longer as flawless as she was in the past. This made him sigh in his heart. From the perspective of the immortal temple, he didn't want the saintess to recover her memories. This was because the saintess was flawless and untainted by the mortal world. She shouldn't have any mortal memories. But from a personal point of view, he was happy for the saintess. This was because he had been with the saintess all these years. He had carefully guided the saintess and wanted the saintess to take over the immortal temple. After a long time, even if he was unfeeling and callous like an evil Buddha, he was still moved by that kind of affection. And that was familial love. He clearly regarded Yu'er as his own granddaughter. Therefore, when Duan Wuhan spoke, he didn't speak. If the saintess could be happy, he would rather the saintess follow that youth. First elder. However, Yu'er nodded to the first elder. The first elder was stunned. He understood the saintess' meaning. She wanted the wedding ceremony to continue. But the first elder couldn't help but glance at Lin Ling. He knew in his heart that with Lin Ling alone, he couldn't compare to the various Tianhao. If the wedding ceremony is interrupted, those guys will use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Yu'er also smiled. I know, but compared to the immortal temple, you are more important. The first elder sighed and suddenly transmitted his voice. Right now, he didn't seem like an evil Buddha who killed people like scything flax. He was more like an old man who was worried about his granddaughter. Buddha also had emotions. Evil also had emotions. Don't worry, I believe in him. Yu'er's heart warmed. This made the first elder frown. He still doubted Lin Ling because only he knew how powerful the Tianhao present were. But since things had come to this, he could only nod. Next, the wedding ceremony will continue. When his voice was heard, the entire ancient city cheered. The people who were watching the show clearly didn't want things to end so quickly, because they were here to broaden their horizons. They wanted to see who was more nouveau riche and could throw out a large number of divine artifacts. As for the Tianhao, they were also excited. Previously, they had thought that the duck in their mouth would fly away. Luckily, the immortal temple was sensible and knew how to behave. Then, the Tianhao looked at Lin Ling mockingly, as if mocking Lin Ling for being weak and powerless. Even if he won the saintess' heart, it was useless because the saintess belonged to them. In this world, strength is everything. Only the strong can be respected. That's right. The saintess doesn't understand this yet. But in the future, I believe she will understand. The so-called love is actually built on strength. That kid is so pitiful. He can only watch the beauty leave. I'm afraid after tomorrow, he will suffer a fate worse than death. Maybe he will drown his sorrows in alcohol. He might even get drunk to death. The Tianhao regained their confidence from before. Duan Wuhan and the seventh prince looked at each other and raised their wine cups. Then, the two of them looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Although they didn't say a word, their eyes were full of mockery. Lin Ling laughed, raised his wine cup, and drank without saying anything else. Great elder, there are many people who want to marry the saintess. Why don't you say a condition and then keep sifting through them? Let's filter out those who are just here to make up the numbers. How about that? At that moment, someone spoke up. Yes. Let's compare strength, talent, status, and background. No matter what, the saintess has to find a good family to be worthy of the immortal temple. The others immediately agreed. Hearing that, the great elder looked at Yu'er again. Because he knew that once he agreed, there would be no turning back. After all, if someone won in the end and it wasn't Lin Ling, Yu'er couldn't go back on her words. Otherwise, the immortal temple would be destroyed. Chapter 39-32. Clover. They had the leader of an overlord with them. Taking a step back, Duan Wuhan also had a great background. He was a leader of the Heavenly Alliance and came here on behalf of the Heavenly Alliance. That guy could not be compared with others at all. Then let's do the screening. After cursing inwardly, the first elder looked at the crowd helplessly and said, Good. The Holy Maiden is a divine fetus, so anyone who wants to be a match for her must be someone with outstanding talent, right? Suddenly, someone shouted, That's right. Great talent, great status, and great background. Let's use this as a filter. As for the martial arts competition, there's no need. After all, today is a joyous day. More and more people nodded in agreement, intending to use 3 criteria to filter out the candidates. The first was naturally talent. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of an yuer? When it came to talent, all the Tianhao experts smiled confidently. Since they were able to become Tianhao experts, how could their talent be weak? You actually want to compare talents? This old man is untalented, so I'll borrow a clover to test you. At this moment, a respected senior smiled faintly and waved his right hand. A stream of light appeared and landed on the ground. Then, it quietly grew, and a fragrance quietly spread out. Clover? This is the 3 leaves old man. Many people stared at that senior and suddenly understood. This person was a martial god, famous in the final world. He was a duke and had a romantic love story with his wife. Thus, he was extremely loyal to love and would help his loved ones. The 3-leaf clover was cultivated by him. Not only could it be used to test one's talent, it could also be used to assist one's cultivation. According to legend, when one's talent reached a certain level, the 3-leaf clover would bloom. The more beautiful the flower, the higher the talent. If he could make the flower soar into the sky, that would be a beautiful and shocking thing. All right, let's use the 3-leaf clover. Many people nodded in agreement. Today was the wedding day. In order to please the beauty, it was better to use beautiful and romantic things. The clover represented love, so it was very suitable. I'll go first. After the 3-leaf clover grew on the ground, a prideful Tianhao walked up to it. When he got close, a mysterious force rushed into the 3-leaf clover. The 3-leaf clover that was as tall as a person swayed quietly. Suddenly, a flower bud bloomed. It was about the size of a palm and was pitch black. This guy's talent is really ugly. He actually has a black flower. And it's only the size of a palm. I'm afraid it's only a 4th-grade talent. Shameful. Seeing this, many people immediately laughed sarcastically. Tianhao's expression was also extremely ugly. In the end, he left the central region with his tail between his legs. Obviously, he also knew that although his identity was not bad and he had a strong background, his talent was not very good and he was eliminated. If you want the flower to bloom brilliantly, then you need to be talented. If you want the flower to bloom high enough to reach the 9 heavens, then you need to be strong. The 3-leaves old man explained with a smile. Let me. Another Tianhao had made his move, displaying his talent and strength. Bang! The clover shot out like a firework, blooming into a beautiful flower bud in the sky, shocking the entire city. Because this flower was incomparably gorgeous, it instantly moved the hearts of many girls. The flower is not bad. Unfortunately, the color is too dim. Let me do it. Another Tianhao had made his move. He was not weak and could make the flower soar to the 9 heavens. Most importantly, his flower was obviously bigger than the previous one. This Tianhao's talent had probably reached the 7th grade. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. However, the more powerful Tianhao had yet to come. This was because someone's talent had reached the 8th grade. He was like the king of flowers. After blooming, the sky was filled with brilliant light. Hee. After activating it, he immediately looked at an yuer, wanting to please the beauty. Of course, an yuer still looked at him coldly. There's no 8th grade talent. Looks like he's going to be eliminated. As time passed, many people also saw some shortcomings. They're all a bunch of insignificant people. At this time, Duan Wuhan finally walked out and displayed his talent. In the sky, an unprecedentedly huge petal bloomed. It was green. After appearing in the sky, it was incomparably huge and extremely beautiful. After the petals gradually dispersed, endless green light sprinkled down like a meteor shower. So beautiful! This scene undoubtedly shocked many people. Because Duan Wuhan was also the most beautiful person to display his talent so far. This also meant that he had a higher chance of getting the saint than the previous people. Duan Wuhan is already so powerful. What if it's the 7th prince? Suddenly, someone looked at the seventh prince. The seventh prince smiled and walked forward proudly. His talent was on display. This time, countless people were also looking forward to it. Almost at the same time, the clover swayed slightly. Then, several golden dragons soared into the sky and intertwined, forming a huge golden dragon flower in the sky. This flower was so huge that it was even more magnificent than the ancient city. It could be seen clearly from thousands of miles away. Moreover, this flower represented endless nobility and glory. This was also the most gorgeous, most beautiful, and even the noblest flower to date. I'm afraid his talent has reached grade 10. Moreover, his flower can fly so high. I'm afraid his strength is not weak in the martial god realm. The Clover Elder also shouted in shock. His words made countless people's pupils tremble. The seventh prince was indeed powerful. As for the seventh prince, he had his hands behind his back. He looked elegant as he slowly walked back. Without a doubt, his blossoming immediately made the Tianhao lose their luster. He was the number one person now. However, the Tianhao clenched their teeth. Although they could not compare to the seventh prince, at least they had not been eliminated. After all, as long as they reached the 8th grade ultimate desolate body, they would be qualified to match the saint. There were still 2 more selections. It was too early to determine who would emerge victorious. Not bad, not bad. Next, let's proceed to the second selection. Duan Wuhan's expression turned ugly as he said coldly. In terms of talent, he was inferior to the seventh prince, but he was confident that he could turn the tables in the next 2 selections. Then let's prepare for the second selection. Seeing the restless looks of the crowd, the great elder could not help but nod his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Hold on, I don't think I've displayed my talent yet. The moment the voice was heard, everyone was stunned. Following that, everyone looked at the person who spoke and realized that it was Lin Ling. This time, the Tianhao were stunned. This was because from the beginning, they had not expected Lin Ling to display any talent. Forget it. I estimate that you are at most a 3rd grade talent. A Tianhao said disdainfully. The spectators outside were also getting impatient. That guy was not a famous Tianhao, so he was wasting his time. A 3rd grade talent? That does seem to be the case. Chapter 39-33. 100 flowers kill. Haha. Laughter could not help but ring out. That guy was here to embarrass himself. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling was indeed a 3rd grade talent, so there was no need for him to deny it. However, did he only have one type of talent? Let him show off. Everyone has a chance. The great elder looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of disappointment, but he also secretly spoke up for Lin Ling. The great elder is benevolent. That kind of brat will only embarrass himself. I doubt if he can make the 3-leaf clover bloom. Seeing that the great elder had agreed, the Tianhao did not dare to object. However, after sitting down, they immediately began to mock and ridicule. Ha, must you embarrass yourself? The 7th prince was drinking wine, but his words were full of contempt. Obviously, he did not think that Lin Ling was his opponent. How could Lin Ling's flowers be as beautiful and noble as his? However, he did not intend to stop Lin Ling. In fact, he even supported Lin Ling to take the test. Because only by taking the test could he let Lin Ling know how lowly he was. Lin Ling? As for Duan Wuhan, he also revealed a sarcastic smile. He knew that Lin Ling's talent was very powerful and was not as simple as it seemed. However, he also knew that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he could not compare to him and Duan Wuhan. This was also the reason why he did not speak up before. He was too lazy to talk about Lin Ling's talent. Anyway, it was just a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling also walked out step by step. His face was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Many people secretly scolded Lin Ling for being shameless and pestering the saintess. On the contrary, Yuer looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Beside her, the great elder wanted to say something but stopped. In the end he sighed. Now, he was afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated. At that time, the saintess would have to marry someone else. His heart ached when he saw the saintess washing her face with tears every day. Brat, work harder. If you can't do it, just say that your old injury is acting up today and you are not allowed to use your realm essence. I will guarantee that you will enter the second round. In the end, the great elder could not help but secretly send a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. Then, he looked at the elder with disdain and sent a message. Get lost. Hearing this, the great elder was stunned. There were only countless words of concern in his heart. Help you get struck by lightning out of kindness? Although he knew that Lin Ling would be eliminated sooner or later in the next 2 rounds, he still gave him a chance, a hope. But the brat ask him? When my flowers bloom 100 flowers kill flowers. Just as the great elder was about to fly into a rage, Lin Ling's voice floated over again, leaving the great elder dumbfounded. What? How could a 3rd-grade talent be so arrogant? 100 flower kill? Kill your sister. He could no longer bear to see this. As for Lin Ling, he had already stopped in front of the 3-leaf clover. He closed his eyes and was preparing his Dantian's talent. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling did not even have the strength to make the 3-leaf clover bloom. People could not help but laugh. But at this moment, the flower finally bloomed. It was very dim and tiny. Although it was rushing towards the sky, it was like the light of a star. This was because this was Lin Ling's lightning dantian. It was the weakest. This brat doesn't even have an ultimate desolate body, right? Many people rubbed their eyes. They were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. But at this moment, the 3-leaf clover swayed once again. A new petal bloomed and rushed towards the sky. These 2 talents? All the laughter from before froze. It's only a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body. Although some people were surprised, they still spoke with disdain. However, was that all they were surprised about? Before the green petal reached the sky, the 3-leaf clover swayed once again. A resplendent flower bud appeared and rose into the sky again. Previously, it was the supreme nether wind dragon. This time, it was the heavenly dragon talent. It was a 5th-grade talent. The central region suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. 3 talents? Even the 7th prince furrowed his brows. He never expected that this guy would be so capable. At this moment, the 3-leaf clover swayed again. Another flower soared into the sky. This was the realm-devouring beast. However, this was not the end. Following that, the 5th flower bloomed. This flower was not only huge, but it was also extremely strange. It was colorful. After it rushed into the sky, 5 petals appeared in the sky. They were slowly blooming, scattering endless brilliance. The entire city fell silent. Those who mocked Lin Ling previously trembled. This was because this was the blooming of 5 flowers. Furthermore, these flowers were of different colors. After they bloomed in the sky, they formed a beautiful and flawless scene. This was the only case of 5 flowers blooming so far. Good. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I never thought I would be able to see 5 flowers blooming in my lifetime. The 3-leaf clover was the most excited. It was rare to see someone with 5 talents. Until now, he had only seen a martial artist with 3 talents. The sky was beautiful and gorgeous, like fireworks blooming. The ground was silent. Countless people looked up at the sky, afraid that they would miss the most beautiful scene in their lives. The first elder's body trembled. He looked at the sky in disbelief. He was more excited than anyone else. Inuera smiled. Her smile was beautiful and moved because she knew that this was a flower that Lin Ling had given her. Beautiful! She muttered to herself. There was no flower in this world that could compare to a flower given by a lover. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's shock. It was the 7th prince. He drank his wine and said disdainfully, "They are just ordinary flowers. So what if they bloom?" He was obviously mocking Lin Ling for his low talent level. Although he had many talents, they were just ordinary flowers. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned to look at the 7th prince without saying a word. In front of my golden dragon flower, yours is just an ordinary flower. You are just a toad. The seventh prince also looked at Lin Ling, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling did not understand the meaning of his words. If one day you realize that yours is an ordinary flower, I wonder if you will admit that you are a toad? Lin Ling said calmly. Haha, do you think that is possible? Hearing this, the seventh prince laughed loudly. His laughter was full of sarcasm. It was a joke. Bang. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling gently stomped his foot on the ground. The three-leaf clover swayed crazily. Golden light shot into the sky. Endless imperial might. It was as if the human king had descended. Rumble. A bright shooting star rushed into the sky. Then it bloomed, sprinkling down the world's most beautiful bud. It was brilliant and lit up the sky. This flower was so big that it occupied the entire ancient dragon wasteland. This was the divine fetus, the flame of the human king. When my flower blooms, hundreds of flowers will die. At this moment, it was fully displayed and shocked the world. Rumble. A deafening sound rang in the sky. The sky was filled with divine flowers. It was beautiful and romantic. It was completely reflected in everyone's eyes. Chapter 39-34. Her heart began to ripple. Even though she was pure and indifferent to fame and fortune, she was truly moved at this moment. This was because that was the flower her man had prepared for her. It was also the flower for his proposal. Her man had once said that he would marry her again today. And now her man had done it. He had done it with all his heart. In this life, to have a man who would protect her like this, what was there to complain about in life? Looking around, the entire place was silent. Everyone was attracted by the gorgeous scene in the sky. It was as if a huge silence had descended. No one opened their mouths or spoke. This was because all of this was too shocking. Especially the seventh prince and Duan Wuhan. They remained silent for a long time. 10,000 whys floated in their hearts. That was because the final golden flower, judging from its appearance and height, was actually twice as large and proud as the seventh prince's flower. And the seventh prince's golden dragon flower was a 10th grade ultimate desolate body. Could it be that the resplendent golden light and the huge flower formed by the golden flames was a divine fetus? However, the immortal temple had only bought one of the 6 divine fetus in God's shop. Confused. They immediately became confused. In fact, even Elder Three Leaves found it hard to be certain. He only knew that on the surface, the huge flower formed by the golden flames was indeed more beautiful and bigger than the seventh prince's golden dragon flower. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. Most importantly, even if Lin Ling's final flower was not a divine fetus, just the 6 blooming flowers in the sky, forming the scene of the 5 flowers holding the moon, was enough to shock the world. This was because 6 different talents were blooming at the same time. It's fake. Fuck, it's definitely fake. In the silence, Duan Wuhan finally let out a sharp cry. To him, everything was too fake. This was because he had once lost to Lin Ling, so he knew Lin Ling's strength. At that time, Lin Ling had not reached such heights. Furthermore, even if Lin Ling's strength had greatly improved over this period of time, it was impossible for him to improve by such a large margin. Are you saying that my 3-leaf clover is fake? Hearing Duan Wuhan's words, the 3 leaves old man's face turned ugly. This was because his 3 leaves represented pure love, and he couldn't bear to be questioned by others. Hearing this, Duan Wuhan found it somewhat difficult to refute because he was not sure. But if Lin Ling had a divine embryo, he would not believe it at all. A divine fetus. This was an innate talent that could allow one to become a god. How could a mere Lin Ling have the qualifications to obtain it? It should be known that even Duan Wuhan, as the number 1 bloodline of the Duan clan, didn't have the opportunity to obtain it. What qualifications did Lin Ling have? Regardless of whether it's true or not, for now, the flower he displayed is the most beautiful. Isn't that enough? But right at this moment, the voice of the temple's grand elder suddenly drifted over, and it actually carried a wisp of praise. And such words made people nod their heads repeatedly. Today was a wedding ceremony, not a test of strength. Therefore, as long as one had a certain level of talent and could make the proposal more beautiful and romantic than the others, that was enough. The way I see it, this young friend should be number one in the selection of talent. Seeing that no one spoke, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Temple suddenly laughed. His eyes also looked at Lin Ling, and the smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly became thicker. Previously, he was still afraid that Lin Ling would go and lose face. He was even afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated, so he secretly helped Lin Ling. However, the result was that Lin Ling had told him to get lost. At that time, he was so angry that his beard was blown up. What a junior who did not know what was good for him. But now, he almost hugged Lin Ling and kissed him a few times. This guy really did not disappoint. He is number one. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Tianhao felt disbelief and anger. What was unbelievable was that this unknown existence had actually made the three-leaf clover release such a divine scene. What was angry was that the young man was above all of them. However, before they could release their unwillingness, many voices of agreement had already sounded around the ancient city. If we talk about the beauty of the flower, that person deserves to be number one. Yes. Yes, beauty without losing nobility, vulgarity without losing mystery. The 6 blooming flowers each have their own characteristics. It is indeed rare. He is number one, I concede. Yes. Even some experts from the Overlord Alliance were nodding their heads at this moment. This made the Tianhao clench their teeth, and none of them spoke. Duan Wuhan also angrily sat back down. When he looked at the 7th prince again, he was undoubtedly more furious than Duan Wuhan. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still looking at the sky. When it gradually dimmed, he turned and walked back to his seat. If at some point you realize that you are the flower, I wonder if you will admit that you are the toad? Yes. However, a soft voice, filled with disdain and domineeringness, drifted out. Hearing this, the 7th prince was stunned, and his heart exploded. Previously, he had mocked Lin Ling as a flower and a toad. But now, his golden dragon flower paled in comparison to Lin Ling's. Then who was the toad? Lin Ling's words were like a fatal sword that pierced deeply into the 7th prince's heart, causing him to lose all face and suffer the greatest humiliation. And he was a participant of the trial. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Amazing, this person actually stomped the 7th prince down. How domineering! Everyone immediately sensed the 7th prince's cold aura, and they were all shocked. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling, and their expressions became complicated. Until now, they still did not know who this mysterious young man was. It felt as if this young man had appeared out of nowhere, as if he had come from another world. Moreover, this mysterious aura was not faked. This was because the young man's confidence came from the bottom of his heart. The aura of a person in a superior position unknowingly spread out, and he was unfazed by anything. This aura of a person in a superior position, if one carefully sensed it, was even stronger than the 7th prince's. Divine fetus? Does he really have a divine fetus? That's hard to say. Only the 3 Leaves Elder knows. After all, he was the one who cultivated the 3 Leaves grass. A divine fetus is no small matter. I just don't know if it's innate or acquired. If it's innate, then it's even more terrifying. Many old monsters who had cultivated for 10,000 years whispered to each other. The difference between innate and acquired was huge, just like the difference between acquired divine weapons and innate divine weapons. Innate was the divine fetus of the era of gods, and was blessed by the heavens. Acquired was a divine fetus that was continuously cultivated by oneself. In today's world, there were many people who had acquired divine fetus, such as the 9 provinces' 10 martial gods. But those who had innate divine fetus were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, such as the current immortal temple's saintess. Of course, this did not mean that acquired divine fetus was inferior to innate divine fetus, but among acquired divine fetus, at least 99% of them could not advance to innate divine fetus. It's Lin Ling. Chapter 39-35. Comparing status. For example, an old man hidden in the crowd recognized Lin Ling. He was the first leader of the place of eternal rest. Xianxia was killed in the past, so the first leader of the place of eternal rest was determined to kill Linling. However, he did not expect Linling to have grown to such a level. As for the Duan family and the people of the new heavenly courts, they naturally knew about Linling. They also did not expect Linling to be so powerful. They always thought that in the ancient dragon wasteland, Linling would be eliminated by the merciless waves like duckweed. Alright, next is the competition of status and background. In my opinion, these two are about the same. Why don't we do it together? At this moment, a cold and domineering voice suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Everyone immediately looked over and realized that it was the seventh prince who spoke. At this moment, everyone could see that the seventh prince was a little impatient. Moreover, he proposed to raise the last two selections at the same time. This meant that he planned to turn the tables and eliminate all the Tianhao families. An invisible pressure quietly permeated the air. The Tianhao families immediately gritted their teeth. Although they never thought that they were a match for the seventh prince, they still felt that they were lucky. However, now, this feeling of luck was weakening. I'll go first. Under that huge pressure, a Tianhao family suddenly stood up. Although he was confident that he was not as good as the seventh prince, he would not wait to be captured. Obviously, although Linling had taken first place previously, the Tianhao families still did not think that he was a match for the seventh prince. I'm from Ling Tian Academy, the 12th strongest circle in the entire Divine Three Halls, the 332nd on the Stairway to Heaven, and the 6 Talisman God Paladins. My father is the Duke of Heavenly Yu in the Black Flying City, one of the 36 main cities in the world. With my status, strength, and reputation, I'm definitely qualified to marry the Celestial Temple's holy maiden. The Tianhao family stood up and said proudly, "The son of a duke." Everyone immediately started discussing. Such an identity was indeed extraordinary. Especially the 320th on the Stairway to Heaven, this was a golden signboard. Disgraceful. But very quickly, another Tianhao stood up and looked at everyone with disdain. He even looked past Linling. Then, his gaze turned into a desire to battle, and finally, disdain. I'm from Wu Wei Academy, which is ranked second among the 36 academies. I'm ranked 9th in the most powerful circle. I'm ranked 303rd on the Stairway to Heaven on the Divine List. I'm the Holy Knight of the 7 Talisman Gods. My father is the governor of the 72 secondary cities. That's why I'm worthy of the Saintess. Also, I'm one of the leaders of the Heavenly Alliance. This person's status was clearly higher than the previous person. Get out of here. Then, Tianhao shouted angrily at that person. That person gritted his teeth and sat back down in shame. Following that, a large number of heavenly magnates started shouting. Some of them were sons of main cities, while others were leaders. All in all, the fact that these Tianhao cultivators were here meant that they had extraordinary backgrounds. Linling, I'll go first. Use your ears and listen carefully. Let me tell you, although you won in the previous competition of talent, you'll definitely lose in the following one. At this moment, a majestic voice interrupted the competition of all the heavenly magnates. This also attracted everyone's attention. This time, it was Duan Wuhan who spoke. He slowly walked out and walked toward Linling step by step. This? Interesting. Many people were stunned for a moment, and then revealed mocking smiles. They obviously knew that Duan Wuhan intended to use his powerful status to crush Linling and make him speechless and ashamed. I'm Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan's footsteps finally stopped. He first looked at Yuer, then stared at Linling. He wanted to crush Linling face to face and make Linling feel inferior. The number 1 bloodline of the Duan family will definitely surpass the Duan Meridian Martial God in the future. What Duan Meridian Martial God? Linling, do you know? He's one of the top 10 martial gods in Jiuzhou. Duan Wuhan shouted sternly. However, Linling's eyes were half closed as he calmly drank his wine. Seeing this, Duan Wuhan did not have any anger. Instead, he felt happy because he knew that Linling could not refute him. I'm a master of the E-Garden, ranked 36th in the strongest circle of the Shunsan Hall, and 291st on the Stairway Heaven. Duan Wuhan's voice was louder and louder. Hearing this, the people of the Duan family immediately laughed and felt proud of Duan Wuhan. The onlookers gasped. They obviously knew Duan Wuhan. He was a genius who had awakened the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family. Many seniors in the final world were optimistic about him. But no one thought that Duan Wuhan would rush to the 200th place on the Stairway Heaven in such a short period of time. This speed was too fast. Duan Wuhan glanced at the crowd and saw the awe in everyone's eyes. His arrogance soared to the sky. Then he looked at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, "And I'm one of the leaders of the Heaven Alliance. I can summon 3 million heroes. Lin Ling, are you afraid? Are you feeling inferior?" At this moment, the rolling momentum also spread out, as if to drown Lin Ling. This was also Duan Wuhan's revenge, because he had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, Lin Ling was like a small boat in the storm. He seemed to be silent, but he drifted with the waves and was not drowned. He was still drinking wine. As for the inferiority in Duan Wuhan's words, it was simply not there. So calm. Ordinary people who knew of Duan Wuhan's origin and such proud achievements would inevitably have thoughts of resistance, but they could not resist. In the end, they could only feel inferior and decadent. However, the blue-robed young man was not shocked even if the sky collapsed. From beginning to end, he did not even open his eyes. However, perhaps his heart is already decadent, but he is just using drinking to cover up his emotions. People were talking about it, but more people could see that Duan Wuhan was not only showing off his proud identity and achievements, but he was also targeting Lin Ling. That kind of feeling was as if he wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Could it be that Duan Wuhan and Lin Ling had a secret that no one knew? No matter how much you say, no matter how proud you are, in my eyes, you are just a defeated opponent. E-Garden ate feces, you know this better than me. Finally, Lin Ling opened his mouth, but he was still drinking wine. However, his words were more than thousands of words from Duan Wuhan. Because no matter how Duan Wuhan showed his identity and achievements, there was one fact that could not be changed, and that was that he was a defeated opponent. In the Battle of E-Garden, in the Battle of Tong Tian Tower, Duan Wuhan lost to Lin Ling. This was a result that could not be erased. Lin Ling's words were very ordinary to others, but to Duan Wuhan, it was like a sword piercing his heart. Duan Wuhan stepped back, and his face changed greatly. The shame that had been hidden in his heart rippled at this moment. That huge feces pit, you ate it very well. Chapter 39-36. A battle between dragons and tigers. A cesspool. Thinking of this, Duan Wuhan almost vomited. One had to know that for countless nights, he had tried to forget that shameful thing, and he had done very well. Where he fell, he climbed up. That shame had been forgotten and suppressed by him. However, this was only temporary, because after being mentioned by Lin Ling, it was as if the scar that had just healed had been torn open again. Bang! Duan Wuhan took another step back. His body continued to tremble. This change had undoubtedly shocked everyone, because this result was too strange. Lin Ling hadn't announced his identity, or perhaps he didn't have an identity at all. However, his words were more effective than any impressive battle record. He had defeated Duan Wuhan and forced him to retreat. His heart of martial arts seemed to have become unstable. Terrifying. Really terrifying. People's impression of Lin Ling had also changed. It became self-confident, calm, untamed, and unruly. Duan Wuhan, you've lost face. At this moment, the 7th prince suddenly spat out a sentence, causing Duan Wuhan to glare fiercely at Lin Ling. However, he also retreated in dejection. He knew in his heart that before he could completely wash away the shame, all his proud achievements were just a joke to Lin Ling. After all, no matter how powerful a defeated opponent was, he was still a defeated opponent. I said, let's compete in identity and background. Come on. At this moment, the 7th prince also stood up and swept his eyes across the crowd. I don't want to introduce my identity too much. You only need to know that I'm the leader of the 7th Alliance, the top 200 on the heavenly stairway. Next, let's compete in background. The seventh prince regarded himself as the leader of the crowd and had already decided on the next selection. He did not even bother to introduce himself. However, 80% of the people present knew who he was. Although Duan Wuhan's alliance was more powerful, the Sky Alliance, he was just a leader of the Sky Alliance. Although the Seventh Alliance could not be compared to the Sky Alliance, the seventh prince was still the leader. In terms of alliance, Duan Wuhan was obviously more powerful, but in terms of identity, the seventh prince was actually more outstanding. This was also an imperial talent. Just like the purple dragon robe he wore, it was the image of the monarch of all monarchs. The so-called competition of background is also a competition of betrothal gifts. Immortal Temple's Holy Lady has a divine core body. Only heavenly deity treasures are worthy of her. Step by step, the seventh prince stepped forward and looked at an youth. His domineering eyes were filled with a hint of gentleness. Men, bring me the ninth heaven phoenix robe. Suddenly he let out a loud shout. In the sky, the cry of a phoenix resounded. An old woman arrived with the 9 heavens phoenix robe shimmering with golden light, causing the phantom of a 9-colored divine phoenix to float in the sky. This was an 8th grade divine artifact. This is the 7th prince's betrothal gift? Many people gasped because the 9 heavens phoenix robe was made from the feathers of 9 different phoenixes. It was extremely rare, especially after the 6th phoenixes. The next 3 phoenixes were even harder to find. If this 9 heavens phoenix robe was placed in the shop of God, it would cost 3 million golden fleece flower. The 7th prince is marrying the holy maiden. Is this all you've got? However, at this moment, someone shouted loudly and confronted the 7th prince. It was a Tianhao. Mine is a rare treasure, the sky-shaking bell fruit. Anyone who consumes it will greatly increase their strength within 2 hours. They will be able to kill any half-step martial god and can even fight against an early-stage martial god. It is worth 5 million golden fleece flower. Yours is only a divine weapon. How can it compare to my rare treasure? The Tianhao stood up like a divine general. His body emitted boundless energy. It is merely a sky-shaking bell fruit. The 7th prince walked towards an Yuer step by step with his hands behind his back. He looked extremely calm. Men, bring me the heaven-earth dark yellow exquisite flower. This flower is worth 8 million golden fleece flower. It contains the power of the universe and can destroy heaven and earth. Men, bring me another divine treasure, the Empress Earth Flying Rainbow Formation Diagram. This diagram is extremely rare and suitable for martial artists of any attribute. If you cultivate with this diagram, you can increase the ancestral power of all attributes. It's worth 9 million gold fleece flower. Men, bring me a half-step king divine pill. This pill can make you a martial god with a 50% chance. The 7th prince spoke one sentence after another, dominating the world. Meanwhile, the Tianhao stood up and confronted the 7th prince, but they were all killed without leaving a single armor behind. Every time they brought up a treasure, the 7th prince would calmly fight back and suppress them with a treasure. This was a true tycoon. As expected of the 7th Emperor Alliance's leader. Although many of the people present were Tianhao of the 7th Emperor Alliance and knew that the 7th prince was definitely not simple, they did not expect him to have accumulated so many golden fleece flowers. Could it be that he is the one who bought the divine inheritance treasure in the end? Even the old monsters in the ancient city were shocked. Then, they saw that all the Tianhao were defeated by the 7th prince. They could not fight back at all. This was because those heavens conquerors only had 1 treasure, and the more powerful ones only had 2. However, the 7th prince had almost 10 treasures. Of course, no one would easily give away the immortal temple saintess divine body. At this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded. Duan Wuhan quietly stood up. Like all the Tianhao, he would not give up until the last moment. The 7th prince is indeed domineering. 3 godly weapons, 3 godly arts, and 3 rare treasures. The total value of all of them adds up to 20 million gold coins. Duan Wuhan said indifferently. What? You are not convinced? The seventh prince stopped and turned to look at Duan Wuhan with disdain in his eyes. I'm not convinced. You are not the only one with treasures. Duan Wuhan also showed his fangs. Come, give me a martial breakthrough divine pill. This pill has a 10% chance of producing divine power. It is worth 8 million. It is a rare treasure. Men, present the third-ranked divine art martial art, the Empyrean Fairy divine art. This divine art is a method to become a god. The world origin profound chi cultivated is comparable to the power of ancestors. It is worth 10 million gold fleece flower. Men, bring me the Jade Maiden Ice Garment. This garment is made from 9,999 different types of ice. When the Great Tribulation descends, the wearer can resist 30% of it. It's worth 12 million gold fleece flower. These are my betrothal gifts to the saintess. How is it? Is it enough? At the end of his words, Duan Wuhan opened his hands and hugged the sky as if he was a king. The entire ancient city was also exploding. This was because Duan Wuhan's treasures could be said to be priceless. Even a martial god would go crazy for them. And 30 million golden fleece flower flowers. No one knew how Duan Wuhan got them. But one thing was for sure, the Duan family was definitely supporting it. And such a betrothal gift was enough to suppress the crowd and marry the saintess. Chapter 39-37. Who will get the treasure? Duan Wuhan is not that stupid. As long as the saintess marries him, won't the saintess' treasure also be his? Now, let's see how the seventh prince will fight with Duan Wuhan. Many people began to whisper. They looked at the central region where the treasure light soared into the sky. Each of them licked their lips and were extremely envious. Moreover, this trip had opened their eyes. They knew that they had not come in vain. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, in the central region, all kinds of colors soared into the sky, dazzling everyone. However, the seventh prince's expression was still calm. He looked indifferently at Duan Wuhan and said, Duan Wuhan, do you really want to fight with me? Seventh prince, if it were anything else, I can give way. However, if it's someone I love, I will never give way. The saintess is the love of my life. If I miss her, I will be in so much pain that I wish I were dead. Duan Wuhan nodded and looked affectionately at Yuer as he said, Haha, that's nice to hear. But do you think you can beat me? The seventh prince said again. His words made Duan Wuhan's expression change. He had already taken out a treasure worth 30 million gold fleece flower. Did the seventh prince still have other treasures? However, whatever he was worried about, it came. The fruit of immortality, a rare treasure. One is worth 20 million gold fleece flower, and the great void golden phoenix body is worth 25 million gold fleece flower. The owner will have 2 great talents. Most importantly, this is the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. The seventh prince sneered disdainfully. He opened his hands. In his left hand was a gray fruit, and in his right hand was a golden light. In that light, there was a phoenix cry. The fruit of immortality? A fruit that could make a martial god expert immortal. This represented a life. In the 9 states, it was enough for martial god experts to fight for it. Looking at the great void golden phoenix body, this was the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. It was simply an existence that could let an ordinary warrior achieve the ultimate 10th grade desolate body. The seventh prince's move was terrifying. Adding it up, he had taken out 65 million gold fleece flower. Bang! Looking at the seventh prince in disbelief, Duan Wuhan's heart immediately roared. His complexion changed greatly, and he was so shocked that he took a step back. Obviously, he did not expect the seventh prince to be so generous as to take out 65 million golden fleece flower. So what? You still want to fight me? Seeing Duan Wuhan's appearance, the seventh prince smiled disdainfully, but his voice was like a brilliant heavenly might. Under the heavens, who can fight against me? The seventh prince looked at all the heavenly magnates. They immediately lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Who else but me? At this moment, The seventh prince fully demonstrated the meaning of these 4 words. Who could compete with the seventh prince? There was no one. All of the heavenly elites, including Duan Wuhan, had gloomy complexions. They knew that the divine embryo body had already left them. When they thought about how the saintess had fallen into the hands of the seventh prince, they felt as if their hearts were being cut apart by a knife. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. Numerous exclamations of surprise continued to resound. This guy is really domineering. The Sword of Freedom martial god said solemnly. Then, he stared at the treasures of the seventh prince and subconsciously licked his lips, because those treasures were so precious that even he was moved. If the seventh prince did not have a strong background, he might have snatched them. Next, he also looked at Lin Ling in the distance. He knew that Lin Ling was probably very dispirited at this moment. After all, in terms of status and background, Lin Ling was defeated. He could only watch the beauty leave with his own eyes. However, since the start of the status competition, people had subconsciously ignored Lin Ling again. The main reason was that compared to those famous people, Lin Ling did not have a strong background. Naturally, he would not have the golden fleece flower to buy any treasures. The Sword of Freedom martial god also began to search for Lin Ling. However, when he looked carefully, his eyes could not help but twitch fiercely. This was because when the heavenly tycoons were fighting for the treasures, Lin Ling had somehow arrived beside Yuer. Furthermore, the two of them were whispering and chatting happily. It was as if they were watching a clown competing with each other. Fuck me, this kid. Damn. The Sword of Freedom martial god was dumbfounded. That kid is too bold. Of course, after the seventh prince crushed all the heavenly tycoons, the crowd also shifted their attention to Yuer. In their opinion, Yuer should be tempted by the treasures too. However, the moment they saw it, they were all dumbfounded. That was because the shameless young man had appeared beside Yuer again. He was holding the saintess' hand and helping her put on a set of blue armor. Most importantly, the saintess did not reject his offer. Speaking of which, does that kid even know the rules of the bridal escort ceremony? Everyone's heart was pounding. They knew that the kid was definitely going to receive the wrath of the heavenly tycoons, especially the seventh prince. At this moment, the seventh prince smiled proudly. After defeating all the heavenly tycoons, he turned around and looked at the saintess with a smile. As expected, he was enraged too. How dare you! Roar! A furious roar burst out from his mouth. His boundary force rumbled as if he was going to kill Lin Ling. The roar attracted everyone's attention to Lin Ling. The entire ancient city fell silent. The rules of the bridal escort ceremony were to select the participants. Currently, the seventh prince was the winner. According to the rules, he should be the one to hold the saintess' hand and bring her home. Not the kid who disobeyed the rules. Idiot! Ah! Duan Wuhan was startled too. He then laughed coldly. He assumed that Lin Ling had lost his mind. He must have lost his mind and forcibly held the saintess' hand because he knew he was no match for the seventh prince. However, could that change the outcome? It was obviously impossible. Do you know what you're doing? The saintess is mine. Roar! The seventh prince took a big step forward and shouted angrily. His voice finally interrupted the conversation between Lin Ling and Yuer. Lin Ling also looked at the crowd. Previously, he had seen them fighting and ignored him again. Therefore, he was too lazy to care about them. Let them fight. He, Lin Ling, was going to catch up with senior sister Yu. Now that everyone was looking at him, Lin Ling knew that it was time for him to make a move. A domineering aura quietly emanated from his body. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he said indifferently, "I've never understood. The Holy Maiden and I love each other, and we're in love with each other. Why do you want to separate us, and even organize this wedding ceremony? Isn't this the same as breaking up a pair of lovebirds? Could it be that all couples in this world were like this? They loved each other but couldn't be together because of reality?" The voice drifted out like an invisible wind. The seventh prince was stunned. He didn't get angry again. Instead, he laughed. It was a mocking laugh. The crowd was also stunned. Then they all laughed disdainfully. Chapter 39-38. This is my moment. In this world, strength was everything. If one wanted to be with the person they loved, then one needed to have the corresponding strength and status. As for the blue-robed young man, he obviously didn't. He even said these words because he knew he was going to lose, so he found these excuses in an attempt to use love to cover up his incompetence. You're trash and you're blaming others. How can a trash like you talk about love? Many people began to curse. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear them. He continued indifferently, "You don't like her at all. You're only interested in her divine body." What's ironic is that this group of toads are righteously saying that they love her and are moved by her. Toad? Hearing this, the Tianhao clan was enraged. This useless guy didn't even have a single treasure. He was weak and useless. How dare he call them toads? Ha, you can hide it all you want, you pauper. The seventh prince could not help but laugh out loud, his eyes full of contempt. The blue-robed youth wanted to marry the holy maiden empty-handed. This was simply a joke to him. He believed that no one would agree. On the contrary, everyone felt even more disdain towards the blue-robed youth. What are you laughing at? Do you know where she came from? Do you know her birthday? Do you know what she likes? You don't know anything. You think you can move her heart with some treasures. Lin Ling said indifferently when he saw the seventh prince laughing. I don't know anything, but I have a treasure. The seventh prince was still smiling, but his aura was overbearing. There was only one reason. I'm richer than you, I'm more capable, and I have a higher status. That's enough. A so-called poor loser like you still wants to fight over a woman with me? You really don't know your limits. That's right. Treasures are enough. Do you have any? You can only take out one set of armor? How embarrassing. Many Tianhao clan members also laughed mockingly. Although they had lost, at least they had treasures that were much better than Lin Ling's. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally shook his head. A bunch of filthy people. No wonder so many couples in the world have been separated. It was originally pure love, but it has been polluted by these things. All that is left is profit. Therefore, it is even more impossible for me to hand over the saintess. I want to protect her for the rest of my life. As soon as the last sentence was spoken, the surrounding voices suddenly became much softer. In the crowd, the Three Leaves elder suddenly laughed. Compared to the treasures, he suddenly liked the youth's sincerity. The great elder also laughed. He knew that if the holy maiden were to marry the seventh prince, it would not bring her happiness. She would only be used. However, if she were to marry that brat, it would be true happiness. Of course, there weren't many people who had such thoughts. On the contrary, more people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not hand over the holy maiden? Just him? Ha! However, just as the crowd was laughing, Lin Ling suddenly laughed as well. A heroic, domineering, and magnanimous aura emanated from him. It was as if he had vented all the gloominess in his heart. I know that you filthy people will never understand. Therefore, I do not intend to take the holy maiden away by force. Because I, Lin Ling, cannot do it. More importantly, I want the whole world to know that the holy maiden is my woman. Lin Ling took a step forward and enunciated each word clearly. His long hair and blue robes fluttered wildly. Many people frowned. Actually, let me tell you, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. It is not to prove how great I am, but to let my wife and Yue return home openly. Why have I been waiting for a long time? Because I want to take the holy maiden away in front of all of you. I want you to know that filthy people like you will never have the right to take my wife away. Shameless people like you can only watch from afar. How ironic. More importantly, I want to tell you that this moment is my moment. Lin Ling roared loudly. His powerful aura shook the ancient dragon wasteland, causing the wind and clouds to surge. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed divine sword, revealing its sharpness. Come, bring the betrothal gifts. Following Lin Ling's loud shout, his entire person seemed to rise infinitely. He looked down upon the heavens, his head touching the sky, and his feet stepping on the ground. With his command, thousands of troops came to meet him. The army was pressing in. The God Extermination Alliance had arrived. From all directions of the ancient city, a vast and mighty crowd slowly walked over. In their hands was an item. Treasure light soared into the sky, and spiritual energy gushed out. 100,000 people, each with a treasure. At this moment, no one was unmoved. 10,000 silkworms golden alms bowl, divine wood alms bowl, purple bamboo basket, lone dragon zen skill, scarlet jade skill, soul absorbing bottle, 7 treasures amethyst worship, 6 true essence gourd, red desire pouch, 9 heavens primordial young ruler, laser ruler. When those people came closer, an old man spoke in shock. The divine weapons category had obviously been bought out. Entangling sacred steps, boundless tyrannical art, bone-eroding dragon finger, ferocious tiger demon fist, burning city dragon spear art, ice silkworm demon transformation, flying swallow Buddha killing technique. Those Tianhao all sat on the ground in fright, their faces pale as they muttered to themselves. The divine weapons were bought out again. Immortal fruit, Feng Yun immortal fruit, Lin Ling vine fruit, scarlet flame immortal fruit, blue spirit fruit, ice spirit fruit, 3-leaf golden Ganoderma, elixir of the North Sea, 9-leaf Ganoderma. Another old monster roared in horror. Although that group of people did not buy out the rare treasures category, they had already bought more than 60% of them. Could it be that that group of people are the ones who caused the commotion in God's shop? Everyone held their breaths, and their hearts roared. There was even a moment when many powerful martial artists almost took action to snatch the items. However, they also saw that those 100,000 people were all experts with terrifying auras. In the end, they did not dare to act rashly. That is one of the remaining overlords of the ancient dragon wasteland, the God-slaying alliance. Finally, the leader of the overlords said each word. The entire city was in an uproar. The God-slaying alliance was one of the most mysterious overlords. It was said that they had countless leaders and experts, including the former overlords, the Genesis Alliance, and the Serpent Clan. The God-slaying alliance was also a miracle in the ancient dragon wasteland, because they were the representatives of the overlords who grew from weak to overlords. In the end, they even destroyed Fengyun Tower. They had been hiding in the ancient dragon wasteland, but no one dared to underestimate them, not even the 7th Emperor Alliance. But now, this terrifying overlord had finally surfaced. Greetings, great leader. While everyone was still in shock, all the members of the God-Slayer Alliance suddenly stopped in the sky above the ancient city. Then, they let out a loud roar that shook the 9 heavens. Great leader? This time, everyone was shocked. They followed the gaze of the God-slaying alliance and fixed their eyes on a young man in a blue robe. And he was the young man beside the saintess. It's him. Yes. The shocked gazes of everyone silently transformed into disbelief, and their expressions were extremely complicated. There was terror, surprise, dejection, and disappointment. Chapter 39:39. Evil Intentions. In the ancient dragon wasteland, everyone already knew that the God-Slayer Alliance had a leader behind the scenes. This leader was extremely powerful and had gathered countless experts to sweep through the ancient dragon wasteland. He had turned the God-Slayer Alliance from a small existence into a great overlord step by step. Therefore, everyone was curious as to what kind of person had such an ability. And now, all the mysteries had been solved. It was Lin Ling. This guy is the great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance? Endless ripples arose in the unrestrained sword martial god's heart. Clearly, he did not expect that the young man he met in Plentiful City back then was actually so terrifying. And now, in terms of status, Lin Ling wasn't inferior to anyone. Who could compete with him in terms of background? This moment was clearly Lin Ling's glorious moment. How can this guy have so many golden fleece flower? Compared to everyone else's shock, the 7th prince was undoubtedly the one who was truly astounded. This was because only he knew the terrifying value of the treasure that Lin Ling brought. The divine weapon category, the divine category, and more than half of the wondrous treasure category. He had even bought the first category of divine legacy treasures. The amount of golden fleece flowers required for this was something that could not be obtained without over 100 million golden fleece flowers. Previously, he had been arrogant in front of Lin Ling. At this moment, he felt as if he had given himself a ruthless slap. Liar, this is fake. While everyone was still in disbelief, the seventh prince suddenly let out a loud roar and interrupted everyone's shock. That's right, it's definitely fake. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to use fake things to trick people. Duan Wuhan also pointed at Lin Ling and let out a sharp cry, because he also couldn't accept the reality in front of him. After all, he knew Lin Ling's background better than anyone else. Lin Ling was just a student of the Snow Wind Academy and was born in the Qing province. How could he have the ability to summon the God-slaying alliance? Moreover, he believed that if Lin Ling could do it, then he could do it too. If all of this is true, how about you eat feces again? Lin Ling also looked at Duan Wuhan and Duan Wuhan. He naturally knew that these two would definitely not admit to it. However, no matter how they quibbled in front of the powerful facts, they would only embarrass themselves. Do you dare? Lin Ling's aura was aggressive. Duan Wuhan's pupils constricted, and he didn't dare to speak. Young master, don't be afraid of him, we believe in you. However, the powerhouses of the Duan family, who didn't know the truth, actually supported Duan Wuhan. Not only that, but they were also fiercely glaring at Lin Ling. This made Duan Wuhan almost curse out loud. If you have the ability, go eat feces. Although he was tough with Lin Ling, in reality, he was also a little afraid of Lin Ling. Do you dare? Next, Lin Ling looked at the seventh prince. The seventh prince's eyes were as cold as a sword. He was different from Duan Wuhan. He had never been in contact with Lin Ling, so he had strong confidence in himself. I was born in the purple qi since I was a child. Since I was a child, I have known the great Tao of the universe, I know the principles of fate, and I know the cause and effect of heaven and earth. So I know that your treasures are fake. He said each word with incomparable confidence, because he really didn't believe that Lin Ling would have 300 million golden fleece flowers, and because he was very clear that the number of golden fleece flowers in the entire ancient dragon wasteland was definitely not 300 million. At best, it was only 100 million. This was what another trial taker had told him, and it was also something that the god had inadvertently revealed. He believed the words of the god 10,000 times. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the ancient dragon wasteland really didn't have 300 million golden fleece flowers, but Lin Ling bought them at half price. This meant that he only spent 100 million golden fleece flowers, but bought 300 million treasures. Bullshit. At this moment, Lin Ling also shouted at the seventh prince. His words made the seventh prince furious. This Lin Ling actually dared to scold him? Seventh prince, these treasures are all real. At this moment, a large number of elders in the Immortal Temple had already flown out to check the treasures. Following that, they shouted in disbelief. Moreover, some of the old monsters around also flew out to check, and their faces turned serious. This made the seventh prince's body tremble. His eyes widened, unable to believe this result. How could this be? How could this be? He kept shaking his head in his heart. Weren't you born in the purple qi since you were a child? I think you grew up in a cesspool. Also, didn't you know the great Tao of the universe since you were a child? You know the principles of fate, and you know the principles of karma? In my opinion, you're just a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory. While the seventh prince was still in shock, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. Every word was like a sword that stabbed into the seventh prince's heart, deeply humiliating him. As for Duan Wuhan, his face was ashen, and his eyes were gloomy. Lin Ling, there are a lot of treasures. Today, Lin Ling must not be allowed to escape again. Moreover, he must snatch all the treasures. Because with Lin Ling's treasures, even the Immortal Temple's saintess divine fetus body would not be needed. He should snatch all of it. The more Duan Wuhan thought about it, the more his eyes burned. He quietly notified the others. Following his notification, a large number of experts arrived from a distant place. There were more of them than the God Slayer Alliance. This change was also noticed by the people in the ancient city. Their faces changed greatly, and then they looked around. Suddenly, their eyes fell on Duan Wuhan. Could this be Duan Wuhan's idea? It's the Heaven Alliance. Some experts narrowed their eyes. It seems that the Heaven Alliance is not going to abide by the rules. They're using tyrannical means to seize everything. The Heaven Alliance is the strongest. They have 3 million people. The Godslayer Alliance can't compare at all. Many people had guessed Duan Wuhan's intention. 3 million experts had arrived. This meant that the Godslayer Alliance's treasures would be difficult to protect. Even the saintess of the Immortal Temple would be snatched away. This guy, the great elder of the Immortal Temple, was naturally not a fool. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. That guy was too shameless. He couldn't compete with others, so he used such despicable means. Quickly tell him to leave. Take all the treasures and leave. Subconsciously, the great elder of the Immortal Temple transmitted his voice to Enuer. Enuer's beautiful eyes stared at the distant sky, but she had obviously guessed something. She hurried to Lin Ling's side, held Lin Ling's hand, and was just about to remind him. It's okay. They're just a bunch of clowns. However, before Enuer could speak, Lin Ling had already replied indifferently. His words were full of confidence. But he's already harboring evil intentions. Enuer was still very worried. Believe me. Lin Ling turned his head and glanced at Enuer. Those clear eyes were as calm as an ancient well without ripples. In the end, Enuer nodded gently because she and Lin Ling had grown up together. She knew that Lin Ling had already seen such a big scene. In the wind and rain, Lin Ling did not know how many times he had broken through. Lin Ling, there are so many treasures. Chapter 3940. The Sky Alliance had arrived. Yes, are you not convinced? Lin Ling replied with a smile. However, with your knowledge and experience, this should be the first time you've seen so many treasures in your life. Look at these treasures now. It's good to broaden your horizons. You can brag about it when you go home. Duan Wuhan could hear that Lin Ling was mocking him for his insignificance. He nodded his head heavily and stopped talking because he was going to shock Lin Ling and even make him regret it. Using treasures to suppress Duan Wuhan? These treasures would all belong to the Sky Alliance. Could it be that this guy hasn't realized it yet? The seventh prince's eyes flickered slightly because he found that Lin Ling didn't run away. Instead, he had the leisure to reprimand Duan Wuhan. Could it be that he didn't realize that the people of the Sky Alliance had come with bad intentions? Regarding this, the seventh prince naturally wouldn't remind him. He was happy to see it and even looked forward to seeing Lin Ling regret and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had been in contact with Duan Wuhan for so many times. How could he not know what Duan Wuhan was thinking? Lin Ling even had a countermeasure for this. The leader of the Godslayer Alliance, I've heard so much about you. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Before the experts of the Sky Alliance arrived, a middle-aged man suddenly walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. It's the Zizai martial god. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Senior martial god, I've heard so much about you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he immediately understood the intention of the Zizai martial god. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed. He knew that the Zizai martial god wanted to support the Godslayer Alliance and fight against the Sky Alliance together. The leader of the Godslayer Alliance is so charming. Many people also noticed the intention and said in amazement. Duan Wuhan was stunned and then gritted his teeth. That old man, Zizai Sword, is courting death? Isn't he going against the Sky Alliance openly? Then he sneered and looked forward to it even more. Even though the alliance was powerful, it was an alliance of the Duan clan, the new heavenly court, and Miao Xin's true lineage. Why would they be afraid of the alliance? However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a clear voice rang out. The reason it was clear was because this voice was very refreshing and carried the vigor of a young man. I didn't expect that the great leader of the Godslayer Alliance would be so young. He's really young and promising. He's so much better than those trash who rely on their families. Following this, a young man wearing a clean white robe and holding a long spear in his hand slowly walked toward them from the ancient city. The young man did not look old. Moreover, he was full of energy. As he walked, he gave off a fierce aura. As for his strength, it was extremely ferocious. He was actually a martial god. The most important thing was the spear in his hand. It was a silver spear with red tassels on it. It was as divine as a dragon. That's the 100 Victories spear. Could he be? Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. The seventh prince's face turned ugly. He looked at the white-robed young man angrily and said, "Wuhaunen, what is the meaning of this?" "Hee, seventh prince, don't think that you're so powerful. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Wuhaunen, am not." The young man smiled faintly. Although his words seemed casual, they carried a boundless aura of sharpness. He had said that he was not afraid of the seventh prince in front of so many people. In the current ancient dragon wasteland, other than Lin Ling, he was the second person to do so. Moreover, both of them were so young. The young man walked toward Lin Ling step by step. Then he cupped his hands at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also surprised. This was because he realized that the young man was extremely powerful. Most importantly, he looked as young as himself. This person has a divine fetus. The giant ghost beside him quietly transmitted his voice. This caused Lin Ling's heart to rumble. An expert. It seemed that he was still a frog in a well. He had thought that his strength and age were at the top of the world. However, the young man in front of him was not much weaker than him. "Wuhaunen." The white-robed young man smiled at Lin Ling and said, "The great leader of the Tiandi League." The moment he said this, the ancient city exploded. The only remaining overlords in the ancient dragon wasteland were the Heaven Alliance, the Immortal Demon Alliance, the Seventh Emperor Alliance, the Unrestrained Sword Alliance, the Godslayer Alliance, and the equally mysterious Tiandi League. These alliances had gone through the baptism of wind and rain. All of them were extremely powerful, and their great leaders were dragons among men. However, today, the Tiandi League, which was as mysterious as the Godslayer Alliance, had also surfaced. Moreover, their great leader was also so young. This was obviously a rising star that was as terrifying as the Godslayer Alliance. Everything was as the great leader had said. Among the remaining overlords, the only great leaders who had started from scratch were him and Lin Ling. They could not compare to Duan Wuhan and the seventh prince. This was because their alliance was the strongest overlord from the beginning. They did not need to put in any effort at all. "It's an honor to meet you at last." Lin Ling was shocked again. He immediately bowed and looked at him inquisitively. Lin Ling was also very polite to this overlord. The main reason was that the other party was very polite to him. With Lin Ling's temperament, he naturally would not neglect the other party. However, what made Lin Ling suspicious was why the other party had come out. I don't get along with the new heavenly court. Therefore I'm on your side." Wuhaunen smiled and stated his purpose for coming. Could it be that the Tiandi League has also joined the Godslayer Alliance? This means that the Godslayer Alliance, the Unrestrained Sword Alliance, and the Tiandi League have become allies? Seeing this, everyone held their breaths. 3 overlords joining forces. This was an extremely rare thing. Moreover, they had joined forces for Lin Ling alone. This Lin Ling's charm was too great. Compared to everyone's surprise, Duan Wuhan had already sensed it. This was because the Heaven Alliance and the Tiandi League had actually clashed many times in the ancient dragon wasteland. They could be considered old rivals. However, it had to be said that although the Tiandi League did not have many members, each of them was an elite. This had led to them not being able to bite down on this tough bone until now. Now, the Tiandi League and the Godslayer Alliance had joined forces. Both of them were thorns that gave the Heaven Alliance headaches. It was obviously not as easy for the Heaven Alliance to destroy the other party. Obviously, he did not expect things to take so many twists and turns. At the same time, 3 million experts had arrived. There were experts from the Duan family, the new heavenly court, and the boundary masters from Miao Shen's true teachings. They surrounded the ancient city. A strong murderous aura quietly filled the air. Lin Ling, long time no see. Chapter 3941. Second wind under the heavens. It doesn't matter if I see a slut like you or not. Lin Ling also sneered and looked at those enemies. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, 3 million experts were truly terrifying. The reason being that the weakest among them was a peak martial progenitor, and most of them were half-martial god realm experts. To be able to mobilize such a large number of experts, only the 3 great alliances could do so. Murderous aura quietly filled the ancient city. A great battle was about to break out. If that's the case, then let's stand on this side. At this moment, the Immortal Demon Alliance also made a decision. Of course, most of them were from the Immortal Temple. The old demon from the Great Devil sect changed his expression and left coldly, walking towards the 7th Emperor Alliance. It was obvious that the Great Devil sect and Lin Ling had a grudge against each other. On top of that, the Great Devil sect didn't think highly of the God-slaying alliance. Naturally, they wouldn't stand on the same side as them. For a time, the 2 powerful forces were divided into 2 sides. One side was led by the 7th Prince, and behind him were 3 million experts. The other side was led by Lin Ling. On his left stood the white-robed youth, on his right stood the unfettered sword martial god, and not far behind him was the Immortal Temple. His aura was not weak at all. Many people in the distance swallowed their saliva. They never thought that things would turn out like this. Looks like the ancient dragon desolate body has split the world into 2. Right at this moment, the 7th Prince's voice drifted out silently, and it actually carried a wisp of excitement. Because the world was indeed divided into 2. Great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance, this wedding ceremony isn't over yet. I admit that you've won in the talent selection, and I admit that you've won in the treasure selection. However, I've won in the identity selection, and I've won twice as much as you. Therefore, we'll end things in a tie. The 7th Prince looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. His words were undoubtedly twisting words and forcing logic. This was because Lin Ling had won 2 out of the 3 rounds. How could he, the 7th Prince, have the face to say that it was a tie? Oh! Lin Ling smiled, revealing a suspicious look. The 7th Prince chuckled softly when he saw Lin Ling's expression. His smile seemed to contain a sense of relief. However, his last sentence suddenly turned solemn. Let me tell you, my status is not something you can compare to, because I am a trial taker. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if endless light was blooming from his body at the same time. Behind him, it was as if the blessings of the gods and Buddhas had appeared, and the power of the gods filled the air. Challenger. Ripples quietly appeared in the entire city. Many people's pupils immediately trembled. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of this identity. As for the others, they already knew the identity of the 7th Prince. Some of them sighed, while others sneered. Many people knew that the 7th Prince had won from the very beginning. In the ancient dragon desolate land, no one dared to provoke him. Even if they defeated him, they would not dare to kill him. Because killing him was tantamount to provoking a god. How could a mortal oppose a god? Aren't you surprised? The 7th Prince enjoyed the respectful gazes of the crowd. He also looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, he almost looked up to the sky and roared, as if he wanted to vent the grievances in his heart. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded. However, he already knew the origin of the 7th Prince, so in reality, he was not surprised at all. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? 7th Prince, let's work together to eliminate him. Seeing that today was the best opportunity, Duan Wuhan immediately shouted coldly. He was afraid that things would change if he delayed. Moreover, this was the first time he had summoned 3 million elite experts. This made him excited, as if he had become the god who summoned the 9 states. Lin Ling, let's see how you escape today. Then, he looked at Lin Ling mockingly. 3 million people besieged Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely be killed until not even his bones were left. Haha. Thinking of this, he finally could not help but look up to the sky and laugh. It was as if the entire battle was under his control. As for the 7th Prince, he had already released most of his depression by announcing his origin. At this moment, seeing that he was about to make a move, he could not help but laugh. Because if they killed this group of people in front of them, then all the treasures would belong to them, including the divine embryo body. No, there should also be the god's legacy treasure. Linling, oh Linling, I really should thank you. When the seventh prince thought of the endless treasures, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed to Linling. Linling raised his eyebrows in an instant. Thank me for what? Thank you for your treasures, because I really couldn't get so many golden fleece flower. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to buy those treasures. You tell me, shouldn't I thank you? The seventh prince touched his chin and smiled. After saying this, he and Duan Wuhan looked at each other because these treasures were to be divided equally. Speaking of treasures, Duan Wuhan was also excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. After getting Lin Ling's treasures, not only did his strength increase greatly, but his reputation in the Duan family also increased greatly, because he had finally gained face for the Duan family once. You should thank me, you should thank me. Duan Wuhan immediately cupped his hands to Lin Ling. Their actions of thanking were obviously more of sarcasm. Haha. The 3 million people in the sky also reacted, and then they all laughed. That laughter went straight to the 9th heaven. Duan Wuhan, these treasures, I want 60%. Okay, but the divine embryo body belongs to me, and the god's legacy belongs to me, and the rest belongs to you. How about it? In your dreams, the divine embryo body and the god's legacy, the one who gets the divine embryo body gets 60%, and the one who gets the god's legacy gets 40%. How about it? Next, the seventh prince and Duan Wuhan had already begun to divide the treasures. Seeing this, the carefree sword martial god, Wuxia, Haonan, and the great elder of the immortal temple had already condensed their boundary essence and were ready to fight to the death. At this point they had no choice but to fight, because even if they retreated, the other party would destroy them. The other party obviously wanted to unify the ancient dragon wasteland. As for the Heaven Alliance and the Seventh Imperial Alliance, they obviously also had enmity. Otherwise, they would not have stood out to support Lin Ling. 3 million people, I'm afraid that this battle will make my hands go numb. Wuxia Haonan said word by word. The carefree sword martial god nodded. Although no one there was a match for him, the other party had too many people, and their strength was not weak. He could indeed kill until his hands went numb. If you really want to kill, let's do it next time. Today is my wedding day, and it's not good to see blood. But at this moment, Lin Ling also said with a smile, his expression calm. These words also made the carefree sword martial god's pupils constrict. Kill next time? Now, do they have a choice? Unless they kneel down and admit their mistakes and submit to the other party would not let them go at all. Lin Ling, have you seen the situation clearly? The great elder could not help but ask. I have seen it clearly. I don't know what those two clowns are talking about. As for the 3 million people, they are here to celebrate for me. Chapter 3942. People from the Curation. The great elder was completely speechless. 3 million people to celebrate, only Lin Ling could think of such a thing. And Lin Ling's words were also heard by Duan Wuhan and the others who were still chatting. Their eyes turned and fell on Lin Ling. Then, they couldn't help but laugh wantonly. Because until now, Lin Ling was still naive enough to think that he could escape. It was even more ironic that the 3 million elites were here to celebrate. This is the biggest joke I've heard in my life. The seventh prince was extremely arrogant, his laughter soaring to the sky. However, when he looked up, there was a sudden change. In his eyes, above the sky, 2 figures slowly walked down, and their faces were full of smiles. Lin Ling, I heard that today is the day of your wedding. Sorry we're late. These 2 people walked down step by step, directly ignoring the crowd, and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Looking at their appearance, they were very young, and both of them were wearing cotton clothes. Those who didn't know would think that they were farmers. Where did these 2 idiots come from? Duan Wuhan's pupils constricted, and he almost cursed out loud. Didn't these 2 farmers know that this was a critical moment? Who gave them the courage to come and make trouble? The 300 elites were also cursing. Wearing cotton clothes? Could it be that they are farmers and herders? Really, two blind people, can't they see that there are 3 million experts here? What am I? I've been in the 9 regions for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such stupid people. Don't talk nonsense with them, let's kill them directly. Obviously, no one put the 2 people in their eyes. After all, they were wearing cotton clothes. This explained everything. Which true powerhouse didn't wear a divine armor that was awe-inspiring? Just like the 7th prince and the others who were so domineering. 2 brothers, you're not late. You're giving me Lin Ling face by coming here. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. He did not pay any attention to the surrounding voices. Instead, he cupped his hands and bowed towards the 2 people in the sky. Lin Ling, you're giving us too much face. We just received your message, so we didn't prepare any gifts. However, you're here today to welcome the bride, not to get married. We'll make up for everything on the day you get married. One of the 2 said politely, ignoring the angry voices in the surroundings. When the time comes, you only need to inform us. Even if we are in another world, we will rush over. The other person also laughed. At this moment, even the unrestrained sword martial god and the others were flabbergasted. Speaking of which, are these 2 idiots? The unfettered sword martial god had also noticed that the 2 of them were only martial gods. Although it was indeed remarkable for them to possess such strength at such a young age, how could they be compared to 3 million elites no matter how strong they were? 3 million. This was not 300, not 3,000, and certainly not 30,000. Most importantly, when facing 3 million elites, the 2 of them did not even look at them. Were they blind? There's no need for gifts. It's enough that they are here. At this moment, Lin Ling also replied politely. The conversation between the 3 of them was simply ignoring the millions of experts. The great elder of the immortal temple even thought that the 3 of them were crazy. You 2 peasants, that's enough. Of course, there was a limit to the crowd's patience. Therefore, a furious roar finally interrupted the conversation between Lin Ling and the other 2. It was the 7th prince, because he could not hold it in any longer. If the 2 of them did not know what was going on at the beginning, it would be pardonable if they came recklessly. However, the 3 million people had already scolded them, but the 2 of them acted as if they did not hear it. They were undoubtedly ignoring and looking down on them. Peasants. The 2 people in the sky finally turned around and looked at the 7th prince. Speaking of which, there was a group of flies buzzing non-stop before. We just ignored them. However, these despicable flies are endless. Why don't they take a look in the mirror and see what they look like? One of them frowned and seemed to be unhappy. Flies? Despicable? As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 million elite experts were all stunned. Because the 2 of them were wearing ordinary clothes and looked more like lowly servants. Now, they actually had the nerve to call them despicable flies? Moreover, they even used a dissatisfied and disdainful tone to say it? He really couldn't see through himself. The 2 of you can cut your own throats. I can't be bothered to do anything. The 7th prince's eyes were cold, and his tone was full of murderous intent. If I do, not even your bones will be left. Ha! Seeing this, the 2 of them laughed. There was a helpless smile on their faces. It was as if they did not plan to do anything, but now they had no choice but to do so. Bang! In the next moment, one of them made a move. He instantly disappeared in the sky and arrived in front of the 7th prince at the speed of 5,000 worlds. Then, he grabbed the 7th prince's neck and smashed him into the ground. Rumble! With this smash, the entire city collapsed. It was terrifying. He subdued the 7th prince with one move. His strength was unbelievable. Everyone looked at the ground and saw the 7th prince being stepped on by one of the farmers. The straw sandal was on the 7th prince's face. It was a hilarious sight. How dare you! Many people in the 7th Imperial Alliance shouted coldly. Their great leader had actually been stepped on, and by a straw sandal at that? How could he humiliate their great leader? After all, their great leader was a trial taker. Let me go. Do you know who I am? The 7th prince's heart was pounding. He realized that he could not resist this farmer at all. His opponent's strength was unfathomable. He could not fight against him at all. And this was the farmer he was talking about? I don't know. Tell me. The man on the seventh prince's face with his straw sandal. Then he asked flatly, I'm a trial taker. Do you know that? How dare you step on me? Do you know how to write the word death? The seventh prince's heart was about to explode. His eyes were red as he roared. He believed that this sentence was enough to shock this trashy farmer. Unfortunately, the man's expression did not change at all. Instead, he said as if nothing had happened. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm also a trial taker and I'm with the Curation. More importantly, the ancient dragon wasteland was opened because of our trial mission. So, you're basking in our glory. Let's take a step back and say that you're mocking us for wearing ordinary clothes. But you might not know this, but everyone on the Curation side is dressed like this. Ah. His words were like a bolt from the blue. The seventh prince's mouth was wide open. You're in my territory. You're eating our food and using our things. How dare you mock us? If the Curation knows about this, I wonder if the Curation will do anything to you? The man said again. Ah. The seventh prince's mouth was wide open. Chapter 39:43. Setting off for the Dead Sea. Ah. The seventh prince's mouth could fit 3 eggs at the same time. The Curation. These two were actually from the Curation. And from the looks of it, it was very likely that these two people were trial takers. And you, do you have anything to say? Then, the man looked at Duan Wuhan and the rest. At this moment, Duan Wuhan and the rest's foreheads were full of cold sweat, and it was pouring down like rain. 3 million people were sweating at the same time. The scene was spectacular. It turned out to be the challengers. Someone immediately laughed along. This was a joke. This was under the eyes of the Curation. If the Curation were angry, not to mention 3 million people, even 10 million elite masters would not be enough to kill them. These two seniors are handsome and handsome. Especially that set of clothes, it's simply a work of art. When you wear it, the sun and moon lose their light, and the flowers lose their color. No wonder I've always felt that these two seniors were extremely mysterious. It turns out that these two seniors are diamonds in a pile of stones. No matter how ordinary they are, they can't hide their dazzling brilliance. They're like gold in a latrine. Although they're yellow, they're unique. Can you speak? Get lost. Let me say it. The two seniors' straw sandals, TSK, are rare in the world. I'm afraid they were worn by gods. That pair of straw sandals are warm in winter and cool in summer. Even the toes won't be abused. It's really a rare thing in the world. The 3 million powerhouses were all laughing along. They were as humble as slaves. However, soon, a straw sandal was immediately thrown over and hit the face of a powerhouse. The powerhouse did not dare to block it at all. He just let the straw sandal hit him. Get lost. My straw sandals are very ordinary straw sandals. You're too good at bragging. Now, kneel down and apologize to me. The two men then shouted angrily. It was as if the heavens were angry. Clatter. The 3 million powerhouses all knelt down. The scene was incomparably spectacular, and they also showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Because if they knew that the trial takers would come, then they wouldn't have come, and they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. However, who would have thought that a dignified trial taker would wear straw sandals and plain clothes? Could it be that he was so poor that he didn't have any clothes to wear? Or, are they messing with us on purpose? Let's go. At this time, Lin Ling also saw that the situation was settled, so he held An Yuer's hand and walked forward as if nothing had happened. This was because Lin Ling was the one who had notified these two challengers. They were also people whom Lin Ling had met in the Dead Sea. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by what was happening before his eyes. As for the great elder of the Immortal Temple and the others, they were still in shock. However, they quickly followed Lin Ling and the others. They looked at the sky and the ground, where the martial artists were kneeling. Soon after, they all began to laugh loudly. Because they didn't expect things to turn out like this. 3 million people came to kill them, but in the end, all 3 million people were defeated. Thank you everyone. I'm flattered by everyone's love. Lin Ling said lightly as he walked forward. This word of thanks was undoubtedly said to Duan Wuhan and the others. This was because they didn't dare to move at all. Instead, they were celebrating Lin Ling, kneeling there to congratulate him. How ironic. Haha. Lin Ling let out a maniacal laugh. He was extremely dashing and heroic. The 3 million people were all trembling with anger. Endless anger was spreading. If they could kill, their anger would have already killed Lin Ling 1,000,000 times over. Laugh, all of you laugh for me. However, the 2 people shouted coldly at them, forcing them to laugh. The most depressing thing in life was this. They could kill, but they didn't dare to. Instead, they had to laugh. This kind of humiliation was the first in life. Lin Ling and the others walked further and further away. The entire city was celebrating, and Yuer was held by Lin Ling. Her mouth revealed an excited smile. Her beautiful eyes were moist. She knew that her man was omnipotent. Moreover, this wedding was the happiest moment in her life. Bastard! Duan Wuhan and the 7th prince's eyes were full of resentment. Unfortunately, they could only watch Lin Ling leave proudly. After Lin Ling and the others left the ancient city, they continued to move forward. The leader of the Tiandi League smiled excitedly and then left. However, before he left, he told Lin Ling that if he wanted to destroy the new heavenly court, he must call him. It could be seen that this Wu Yuhaonan also had an irreconcilable hatred with the new heavenly court. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally nodded. Then, the Freedom Sword Alliance also left. The Freedom Sword Martial God and Lin Ling exchanged a few words and finally left with complicated thoughts. This was because he had a feeling that this blue-robed youth was also a trial taker. Otherwise, how could he get the help of the 2 trial takers? Moreover, the blue-robed youth's status among the trial takers was probably not low. Next, Lin Ling also dispersed the God-Slayer Alliance. Then, he took an Yuer and walked in the direction of the Dead Sea. Leader! Looking at Lin Ling's carefree departure, the 80,000 members of the God-Slayer Alliance felt their blood boil. This was because they did not expect Lin Ling to be so carefree and leave just like that. They knew that this alliance was only second to the ancient dragon wasteland. Once they left, all of the alliances would disappear. However, when they thought of the glorious days in the ancient dragon wasteland, their eyes were filled with nostalgia. Many of them did not know each other, but because of this alliance, they came together and fought side by side. Even when the Great Alliance attacked, under the leadership of their leader, they escaped danger after danger. In the end, they slowly became stronger and became overlords. The years and pride of these battles couldn't be erased no matter what. In their hearts, their leader was deeply engraved in their hearts. We will have a chance to meet again. Although we are disbanded, I am still a member of the God-Slayer Alliance. In the future, in the final world, with a command, thousands of troops will come to meet me. The leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance laughed and raised their fists as if they were swearing an oath. Leader, you will always be our leader. The people of the God-Slayer Alliance looked at the leaders and said. Their eyes were filled with brotherly love. It was a pity that Lin Ling did not know all of this. In his opinion, he had gathered the experts to form the God-Slayer Alliance to fight against the Great 100 Alliance. Now that everything in the ancient dragon wasteland had ended, he did not plan to let the God-Slayer Alliance stay. He knew that he could not control these experts alone. In the past, they had obeyed his orders because of the golden fleece flower. Unfortunately, he did not know that he had wrongly blamed this group of experts. Now, it was time to complete the last mission, which was to deliver the letter. Lin Ling, I did not expect you to be so powerful. And Yuer, whose hand was tightly held by Lin Ling, said with a smile. Now that she had recovered her memories, she cherished everything that she had. Moreover, she did not want to leave Lin Ling ever again. I was just lucky. Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at Yuer's fairy-like face and smiled faintly. You lied to me. Chapter 3944. On the other side of the Kaiyuan River. She clearly knew that although Lin Ling made it sound simple, the entire process was definitely not easy. In fact, a scene had even appeared in her mind. In the wasteland of the Kaiyuan River, a man had left his home with a large sword on his back and traveled alone. After finding out where his wife was, he continued to work hard and struggle. He fought against the heavens and finally became a formidable person step by step. And this formidable person's ambition was not to dominate the world, but to bring back his wife. Senior sister, you're so beautiful. Yes. Lin Ling did not dwell on that topic. Instead, he looked at Anuaris' neck that was as fair as jade and thought of Anuaris' divine embryo body. His heart began to burn. Annoying. Yes. Being stared at by Lin Ling, Anuaris' face suddenly flushed red. That shy look undoubtedly attracted Lin Ling's attention. However, there was a platinum evil spirit with a strange smile following behind him. There was even a ferocious giant ghost beside him. In the end, Lin Ling cursed silently and gave up on the idea of swallowing Anu. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, a golden ocean appeared in front of them. The golden light was resplendent. It was the Dead Sea that had been burned by the flame of the human monarch. After handing over the letter, we can return. Yes. Looking at the boundless ocean, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then he held Anuaris' hand and leaped onto the golden ocean. But the golden ocean had been burned by the flame of the human monarch. Therefore, it immediately transformed into a huge golden ship that slowly moved forward. Around the golden ship, a large number of desolate trees appeared and guarded it. Because these desolate trees were all golden, they had clearly been assimilated by the flame of the human monarch and had completely submitted to it. As time passed, the ancient golden ship moved deeper and deeper, like an adventurer exploring the end of the world. Lin Ling, where is this? Yes. Anuaris was standing on the bow of the ship. She was dressed in a white dress and looked into the distance with curiosity. As the golden ship continued to move forward, the surrounding sea was no longer golden. Instead, it quietly returned to the black Dead Sea. Moreover, this place was extremely quiet, giving people a feeling of desolation and loneliness. The edge of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling stared into the distance and said with a faint smile. He knew that below this ancient ship formed from flames, there was another ancient ship that was also moving, carrying this golden ancient ship. However, the ancient ship below the golden ship was a bit extraordinary, because it was a precious divine ship. Its defensive power was extremely terrifying, and there was the power of divine symbols around the ship, able to crush all the desolate trees that approached the ancient ship. Just like that, the ancient ship continued to move forward. Crash! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from above. Looking up, there was a bright blue light above his head. Waves of light surged, as if the sea had appeared above his head. From time to time, there would be whirlpools rolling and spinning. The scene was extremely shocking. Under this sea, Lin Ling's group felt as if the sea would pressure down at any moment, releasing an endless pressure of the heavens and earth. At this moment, even the giant ghost was shocked. From afar, the ancient ship seemed to be in the middle of two seas. Below was the sea, above was the sea, and above was the sea. On the horizon, there was an ancient ship moving forward. Under the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling murmured to himself. He knew that he was crossing under the Kaiyuan River. Beautiful, isn't it? Lin Ling suddenly turned to look at Anuaris and said. Anuaris' black hair was blown by the sea breeze. She looked at the blue sky and couldn't help but nod with a smile. Her hand that held Lin Ling's hand tightened. Accompanying the person she loved to travel to the ends of the earth was her greatest wish in life. And now, this wish was being realized. The ancient ship moved forward slowly, moving further and further away, gradually disappearing above the horizon. A day later, at the edge of the Dead Sea, they finally saw an ancient continent. This continent was even more majestic. The mountains reached into the clouds, like giants standing on the earth. When one stood on this continent, they would immediately feel insignificant. We're here. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with excitement. Was this the other side of the Kaiyuan River? Let's go down. Then, Lin Ling leaped down with Anuaris and stepped on this ancient land. This was probably the first time a human had stepped on this land in tens of millions of years. Looking up, all he could see were ancient mountains that looked like the work of the gods. Even the trees were as huge as mountains, green and lush, but also full of vitality. Lin Ling, how do we find the dragon tribe? And Yue turned to look at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Then, he remembered what the Curishan had said. He stepped forward and jumped up. In midair, the dragon god's bloodline was revealed. The great solar calamity destroying bow appeared in his hand. Then, he fiercely shot an arrow into the sky. Rumble. The arrow pierced through the sky and reached the clouds. This ancient continent was extremely quiet. However, after the arrow from the dragon bow, the silence was broken. Lin Ling also jumped down and smiled at Yue. Just wait, the dragon tribe will be here soon. Yue frowned. Lin Ling still had this kind of method? While the two of them were waiting, Lin Ling suddenly asked Yue what kind of divine embryo body she had obtained. Mysterious fairy frozen dream body. Yue blinked her eyes and said with a hint of playfulness. Mysterious fairy frozen dream body? Yes. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He had never heard of this kind of divine embryo body. Yes. Yes. Yue nodded. This is the divine embryo body of the God Realm's frozen dream palace. Unfortunately, during the era of gods, the frozen dream palace fell. Oh? There are many mysterious fairies like you? Yes. Lin Ling immediately became curious. Yes, the Frozen Dream Temple was an extremely famous temple during the era of gods because their mysterious maiden could dual cultivate with others. Moreover, there was a certain chance that the other party would obtain a godly embryo body. As for what kind of godly embryo body it was, it depended on fate. However, the women of the Frozen Dream Temple were all pure as ice and pure as jade. They only had one man in their lives, and if the man died, they would also die with him. Yes. After obtaining the divine embryo body, Yue seemed to be very familiar with the Frozen Dream Palace. However, there was a trace of sorrow in her voice. It was sorrow for the mysterious fairy Frozen Dream Palace. The matters of the era of gods are not something we can change. Therefore, senior sister Yu, don't take it to heart. Moreover, doesn't the Frozen Dream Palace still have you as its successor? At least the bloodline hasn't been severed, right? Lin Ling immediately smiled. Yue nodded and looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Naturally, she knew that Lin Ling was comforting her. She was very touched by this. However, not long after Yue was moved, Lin Ling said with a smile, however, speaking of this, I am still curious about your divine embryo body. Will it help me obtain a divine embryo body? You always talk about this. Chapter 3945. Reign of Dragon Corpses. Yue quickly lowered her head as Lin Ling looked at her lecherously. She whispered, let's talk about it after we leave this place. At that time, you can do whatever you want. Alright. Lin Ling immediately roared, full of fighting spirit. Yue was speechless for a while. Just how thirsty was this guy? Rumble. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Lin Ling and Yue looked at each other and frowned. Lin Ling, could it be that he's from the dragon race? I don't know. Let's go and take a look. Shaking his head, Lin Ling held Yue's hand and flew off into the distance. Rumble. As they moved forward, the rumbling became even more intense. At the foot of the ancient mountain, a scene that shocked Lin Ling and the others appeared. Because it was raining. It was a rain of corpses. Of course, just the rain of corpses was not enough to shock Lin Ling. The most terrifying thing was that it was a rain of dragon corpses. The ancient desiccated corpse of a dragon was enormous and wriggling, and a vast amount of dragon bones were raining down. Moreover, these were all true dragon corpses, possessing the purest dragon god bloodline. Lin Ling, what happened? Yue also looked at the rain of dragon corpses that filled the sky, and her pretty face became more and more solemn. She felt like her horizons had been broadened. Lin Ling shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on those dragon corpses. He saw an old man with long hair fluttering in the wind. His arms were hugging the sky as he looked at the rain of dragon corpses falling from the sky. He was laughing like a madman. Good. I didn't expect to encounter so many dragon corpses. This is great. The old man's voice was filled with endless excitement. Suddenly, he looked in Lin Ling's direction and sneered, "Why are you still hiding? I already saw you. Lin Ling, get out here." What was surprising was that this person actually knew Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had no impression of him at all. However, the other party had already named him, so he smiled and led Yue and the others out. However, he also noticed that the old man's strength was terrifying, and he wasn't much weaker than the 9 Lanterns Fish, Senior Lu Qin, and the others. "Old man, I didn't expect you to recognize me. However, this seems to be the first time we've met." After walking out of the mountain, Lin Ling said with a smile, This is indeed the first time we've met, but I hate you to the core. Do you know who I am?" The old man looked at Lin Ling coldly. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Then, he said word by word, "I am the #1 Gu King in the land of eternal rest." Gu King? Lin Ling's face finally changed slightly. In the ancient dragon wasteland, this elder was also one of the overlords. However, he was later attacked by the Heavenly Alliance, so he escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland early. However, Lin Ling didn't expect this old man to come here. "Let me ask you, did you kill Wanyan Shiji?" The old man looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Isn't that an idiot's question?" Hearing this, Lin Ling retorted with a sarcastic smile. "You're courting death. You killed Wanyan Shiji, yet you're still so arrogant. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Let me tell you, I'll kill you like killing a dog. In my eyes, you can only end up as my Gu." The old man immediately roared. From the looks of it, he was quite angry. This was because he thought that Lin Ling should have been quite frightened after meeting him. He should have even knelt down and begged for mercy. If that didn't work, he should have run away. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Of course, if he hadn't escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland earlier and seen the scene of the marriage ceremony, he would have been even more careful with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he had already escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he completely treated Lin Ling as a junior. "I'll kill you later." Following that, the old man looked at the dragon corpses that were constantly falling from the sky. His gaze became heated again. It was obvious that compared to killing Lin Ling, he was more concerned about the dragon corpses in the sky. This was because these dragon corpses all had a history of millions or even tens of millions of years. It was to the point that he had never encountered such a good corpse in the entire 9 prefectures. I've worn out my iron shoes in vain, only to find it without any effort." The old man roared in excitement. Rays of light shot out from his body in an attempt to plant goo in the dragon corpses and control them. This also stunned Lin Ling, speaking of which, the king of venomous worms was too confident. He actually ignored Lin Ling. A ray of light shot out. It was a strange green color and landed on a huge dragon corpse. The ray of light swam along the corpse, attempting to enter the dragon corpse and completely plant goo in it. This ray of light was the king of venomous worms technique. Bang! However, at this moment, a sword light slashed over, causing the ray of light to dim. It was Lin Ling's sword. The old man was stunned. He turned around and instantly became furious. This was because he had almost succeeded. However, who knew that the damned ant would dare to interrupt him? If he had known, he would have killed Lin Ling first. Hee, my hands were itchy just now, so I'm sorry. You can continue now. When the old man stared at Lin Ling spread his hands as if it had nothing to do with him. Die! The old man roared and unleashed a powerful attack towards Lin Ling. His attack was a huge silkworm with a large number of eyes on its body. At this moment, it condensed a fatal ray of light and shot towards Lin Ling. In response, he looked at the sky again and unleashed his ray of light to search for new dragon corpses. Bang! However, just as his stream of light landed on a dragon corpse, another sword slashed over. That stream of light was immediately slashed until it dimmed, And he failed again. Hee, there's no need to guess. It's still me. Just as the king of venomous worms was dumbfounded, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from afar again. The king of venomous worms turned around in disbelief. Then he realized that Lin Ling was safe and sound at the foot of the mountain. He was even holding the hand of a little beauty and looking at him with a smile. And around Lin Ling's body, a large number of divine artifacts floated about. Some of them had cracks on them, while others remained unscathed. Obviously, it was those artifacts that had blocked the king of venomous worms' previous attack. You're indeed quite capable. The king of venomous worms finally looked at Lin Ling. In the past, when he knew that Wanyan Shiji had died in Lin Ling's hands, he thought that Wanyan Shiji had failed miserably. However, now he finally knew that Lin Ling could kill Wanyan Shiji. He was indeed not to be underestimated. 12 silkworm mansions. A complicated expression appeared on the king of venomous worms' face, causing him to turn gloomy. Smoke exploded around him and the sound was continuous. Then, 12 huge golden silkworms appeared. These golden silkworms were as huge as mountains and their bodies were filled with eyes. Then they spat out light. Terrifying light bullets immediately shot towards Lin Ling. The power of these light bullets could easily kill a martial god. Let's see how you'll die. The king of venomous worms cursed angrily. In fact, if he did not want to poison the dragon corpse, he would want to torture a junior like Lin Ling to death slowly. Chapter 3946. The Dragon Emperor's Corpse. Hee, Divine Gate Escape card. However, in the face of the golden silkworm's attack, Lin Ling chuckled. His right hand was still holding Yuer's hand while his left hand waved gracefully. 12 bamboo cards suddenly floated out and exuded the aura of a deity. The bamboos continued to expand until they were as large as the surrounding hills and shrouded the sky. Next, a strange world force field appeared. Everything within the 12 bamboo tablets seemed to be frozen. Time, space, everything was unable to escape. The light bullets that the golden silkworm spat out were also slowed down by 30%. Boom, boom. Although the speed was still fast, it was within the range that Lin Ling could withstand. He held Yuer's hand and flew across the mountain. I'll dodge, I'll dodge, I'll dodge again. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain exploded and was destroyed by the terrifying light bullets. However, Lin Ling was safe and sound. He had dodged all the light bullets. Old man, I think we should shake hands and make peace. Then we can sit down and drink some tea and talk about life. After dodging the light bullets, Lin Ling said with a smile. It felt as though he was toying with the Goo King. Without any suspense, the Goo King was dumbfounded. Why was this kid so strange? One had to know that he was the #1 expert in the land of eternal rest. A mere junior actually managed to survive in his hands? Moreover, that fellow had treated him with a carefree attitude from the beginning to the end, which made him feel very displeased. Don't think that I can't kill you. The Goo King was even more furious. Don't think that I can't kill you either. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. In fact, he knew that King of Venomous Worms was very strong. With his own means, he was no match for King of Venomous Worms. Fortunately, he had bought most of the treasures in Shop of Gods. With those treasures, Lin Ling was not afraid of King of Venomous Worms. Let's try. The Goo King was furious. However, at this moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky and a huge dragon head suddenly appeared. The dragon head was as big as the eyes of an emperor god, let alone the entire dragon body. Next, the dragon swam out continuously. Its size could only be described as boundless. The huge dragon god's eyes were pitch black. After it swam out, it immediately pounced on the old man. Good timing. The old man was energized. Not only was he not afraid, he shouted excitedly. This was because he knew that if he could poison the Dragon Emperor, his strength would increase greatly. It was possible that he could catch up with the 10 martial gods of the 9 states. For this reason, he abandoned Lin Ling and fought the dragon god. His entire body exploded, turning into countless tiny bugs that rushed into the sky. This time, the sky was filled with insects. It was a ghastly sight. The dragon's corpse? Why are there so many dragon's corpses here? In addition, the battle here was so intense, but the dragon race still hadn't appeared. This matter was probably a little strange. However, Lin Ling quickly shook his head. The most important thing now was to pay attention to the Gu King. This was because he also knew that the Gu King was very powerful. Even though Lin Ling was now full of treasures, he still had to be careful when facing this old monster. That old monster wants to use Gu on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. We have to stop him. He knew very well that if Gu King succeeded, it would be even more troublesome for Lin Ling to deal with him. He won't succeed. At this time, the giant ghost fiercely said, its words causing Lin Ling to be stunned. Take a closer look at those dragon corpses. You'll notice that something's not right. The giant ghost said, Lin Ling, look, the eyes of those dragon corpses are all black. And Yuer's eyes were sharp as she pointed ahead and said, this allowed Lin Ling to clearly see that all the dragon corpses had black pupils. It was extremely strange. Be careful. At this time, the giant ghost shouted in a low voice. In the sky, more dragon corpses fell, causing Lin Ling to shout, Platinum Evil Spirit, protect Yuer. Lin Ling, no need. However, Lin Ling had obviously underestimated Yuer's strength. With Yuer's current strength, if Lin Ling did not go all out, he would not be able to defeat her at all. Sword light flashed and a huge ice pillar spewed out, freezing a dragon corpse in the sky, causing Lin Ling to gasp. Then they jumped down from the other side and looked at the Gu King again. At this moment, the Gu King seemed to have lost his mind. He was so excited that he lost his mind. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he continuously used Gu on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. The huge dragon corpse also let out a terrifying cry. It seemed that the Gu King was about to succeed. Lin Ling frowned immediately, but he also carefully stared at the Dragon Emperor's corpse. As the giant ghost said that there was something wrong with the dragon corpse, he believed that the giant ghost was not joking. Could it be? Then, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. The will of the world. He said word by word. His heart was thunderous because the will of the world had invaded the dragon corpse. One had to know that he had seen the will of the world invading martial artists. Those martial artists' strength had increased greatly, and the result of entering the Dragon Emperor's corpse was imaginable. Old man, you're going to fail. However, Lin Ling did not think much about it. Instead, he laughed and shouted, Shut up. Among the countless Gu worms, the Gu King appeared and immediately scolded. If it was not for the urgent situation, he would have killed that sharp-tongued brat. If I shut up, you'll succeed? Old man, stop dreaming. Let me tell you, you'll definitely fail. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Not only did Lin Ling not shut up, he even gloated over the Gu King's misfortune. Bet my ass. Don't harass me. Go as far as you can. The Gu King was furious. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he did not want to miss out on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. This feeling of being stuck between the top and bottom was tormenting him. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything else. He just watched with a smile on his face. Rumble. Almost at the same time, when all the Gu worms of the Gu King rushed into the body of the Dragon Emperor's corpse, the Gu King also saw the dawn of victory. That was because he was going to have a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor next. He turned his head excitedly and looked at Lin Ling proudly as if saying, Did you see that? Did you see that? Piak piak piak. However, just as he turned his head, before he could even say anything, the Dragon Emperor's corpse shook and all the Gu worms were thrown out. Then all the Gu worms exploded. On the contrary, the Dragon Emperor's corpse looked at Lin Ling coldly. Why did it turn out like this? The Gu King had gone mad. He spat out a large amount of blood and roared with bloodshot eyes. That was because he clearly sensed that he had succeeded. However, at the critical moment, all his Gu worms died, causing him to suffer a backlash that cost him thousands of years of cultivation. Chapter 3947. A mysterious voice. I've already said that you won't succeed. However, Lin Ling said as if it had nothing to do with him. This sentence was undoubtedly hitting him when he was down. After all, Gu King had spent a lot of effort and almost succeeded. But in the end he failed. He was dispirited and disappointed. However, not only did the others not comfort him, they stepped on him ruthlessly instead. Gu King lifted his head instantly and stared at Lin Ling. Idiot, that's the will of the world. With your Gu, can you clash with the will of the world? Lin Ling smiled again. Holding in Yuer's hand, he walked out of the mountain. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Will of the world? Gu King felt like he was struck by lightning because he also knew what the will of the world was. In that case, he had wasted all his effort previously. The most despicable thing was that Lin Ling knew that it was the will of the world but did not remind him. He only told him the answer after he had spent a lot of effort. Lin Ling, don't run. He hurriedly stood up and tried to catch up to Lin Ling. However, how could the Dragon Emperor's corpse in the sky let him escape? It tangled with Gu King in an instant. It did not look like a corpse at all but more like it had a spirit. Why are you chasing me? Let me go. Get lost, get lost. In the mountain, Gu King's terrified voice kept ringing. However, the area within 1,000 miles was already filled with dragon corpses at this moment. In the distance, Lin Ling led Yuer and the rest to escape. However, Lin Ling's expression was also very solemn because he realized that the sky in front was also raining corpses. The sky was filled with corpses. After those dragon corpses landed on the ground, they immediately surrounded Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling, be careful. And Yuer also realized that things were a little troublesome. At this moment, a dragon corpse in front spat out black water waves. The speed was also incomparably fast. And Yuer shouted when she saw that. She slashed out with her sword and also slashed out an enormous icicle. However, when the icicle collided with the black-colored water, the black-colored water actually swam along the icicle. The icicle started to turn into a black-colored pillar. Furthermore, its speed did not stop as it chased after Yuer. To the side, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. His right hand viciously swatted at Yuer, sending her flying. However, just as he swatted away Yuer, the black water submerged Lin Ling. What surprised Lin Ling was that after being hit by the black water, Lin Ling did not feel any impact. The only change was that Lin Ling felt that the entire world had disappeared. Instead, he appeared alone in the dark sky. A sharp willpower rushed into Lin Ling's mind like an awl, and then crazily devoured everything. Huan Yu is filthy, only destruction awaits. A brilliant voice with heavenly might also rang out. This made Lin Ling instantly realize that the world's will was invading him, and he was also about to become someone controlled by the world's will. Lin Ling used the human monarch's flame to assimilate it. This black energy is a willpower and is not afraid of ordinary attacks. However, the human monarch's flame is the will of the human monarch. It can resist it. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice suddenly rang out in Lin Ling's mind. Okay. Lin Ling immediately acted as if he was drowning and saw a life-saving straw. He hurriedly controlled the human monarch's flame to burn it out. Sure enough, when the black energy encountered the human monarch's flame, it immediately retreated like darkness meeting dawn. Get lost. Seeing that it was effective, Lin Ling's aura also rose steadily, as if the human monarch had descended. The darkness was like a defeated army, retreating in defeat. However, it was extremely tenacious, constantly twisting and even emitting a will to resist. This is my body, I am the master. Get lost. Lin Ling naturally could not let the world's will rise from the ashes. He burned all the world's will in his body clean. Interesting. However, when the last bit of the world's will was destroyed, a voice suddenly rang out in Lin Ling's mind. Who is it? Lin Ling's heart changed. He hurriedly checked his body, but found that there was no more world's will. Then, he opened his eyes and found that the dragon corpses around him were lying on the ground, motionless. And Yuer stood beside him, crying and shaking him. Senior sister, I'm fine. Lin Ling took the lead to report his safety to Yuer, then looked around cautiously. Interesting, I didn't expect that a mere brat would actually have the human monarch's flame. The human monarch, the elite monarch of the human world, no wonder his willpower is so terrifying. However, the real worlds will has yet to awaken. Otherwise, the human monarch would not be able to compete with it. The voice rang out again, drifting around. Lin Ling frowned instantly, but he also sneered and said, "Your Excellency's tone is quite big, but your way of doing things is also sneaky." Hee kid, you're trying to provoke me? Unfortunately, I, the demon monarch, am not fooled. The voice rang out again. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. What a mess of a name, the demon monarch, Yuan Rong? Don't you think this name is very unpleasant? What a cunning kid. After provoking me, you're trying to provoke me and make me show myself. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. The voice also laughed, but it did not care and said, "But it's fine. I haven't spoken to a human for so many years." Although the old man from before had some skills, he was too stupid. I, the demon monarch, disdained to talk to him. You are more like it. Demon Lord, I don't think I have anything to say to you. After all, your worlds can't be underestimated. I don't want to be controlled by someone else unknowingly. After all, this is the territory of the dragon tribe and they even dare to control the dragon corpse. I can't let my guard down against such means. Lin Ling shrugged. It seemed like a casual sentence, but in fact he was also testing the waters. It's just the dragon clan. If it weren't for them. The voice was indeed angry, but it did not say much. Instead, it continued, compared to this, I, the demon monarch, find you more interesting. Moreover, I didn't attack you. You barged in here yourself, so you really can't blame me. What surprised Lin Ling was that the voice was very polite to him from the beginning. No matter how Lin Ling provoked it, the other party did not seem to be angry. However, Lin Ling did not find out any information. At least he knew that there was indeed a dragon clan here. Moreover, it seemed that this guy called the demon monarch, Yuan Rong, was somewhat afraid of the dragon clan. Senior, you can't blame me. After all, you don't have a sign that says no one is allowed to enter. We warriors have traveled extensively and are used to being free and unfettered. Since there is no sign that says no one is allowed to enter, we must be wandering around. Moreover, among the human warriors, I'm the one who can walk the most. There's no lack of wandering around in this place. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Chapter 3948. Entrust. Oh, then what does Senior need me to do? Lin Ling didn't ask for a reward. Instead, he asked what the other party wanted him to do. The voice obviously knew that Lin Ling was not an ordinary person, so it did not mention the reward. It said faintly, "Help me suppress the seal." Seal? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. That's right. This is related to a very ancient story from the era of gods. In the distant era of gods, an god descended. He was a powerful superior god, and he caused a storm of blood, causing chaos between the human world and the divine world. In the end, all the gods of the divine world joined forces to suppress him. In the end, they sealed this god and split him into 7 pieces, suppressing him in 7 different directions. In the past few years, that god has become restless again, as if he wants to revive. Therefore, I want you to help me. Furthermore, if you can seal god again, it will be a great contribution. There will only be benefits for you. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes sparkled again. God from the era of gods? Very strong? Also, why didn't those gods kill it? I can't kill him. Gods won't die so easily. I can only seal him into 7 pieces. Because 7 is a sharp number, it has a chaotic sharpness of the great Tao. So, are you willing to help me? Asked the voice. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't agree, but he didn't reject either. This was because he felt that Demon Emperor Yuan Rong's words were pleasant to hear, but there were too many mysteries hidden within. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the voice spoke again. By sealing the god here, not only have you saved the people of the world, I can also reward you with the divine embryo body. Furthermore, you can obtain the god's inheritance after you seal him. Inheritance? This was obviously a huge temptation. After all, how could such a legacy be weak if it was suppressed by countless gods? To be honest, What's sealed here is the right arm of Yes God. Seeing that Lin Ling was still silent, the voice continued, if you obtain his right arm, then you will have the right arm of a god. This right arm is even stronger than an ordinary divine fetus because it is the right arm of a superior god. Why don't you seal it? Also, why do you think I can seal it? At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. When the voice heard Lin Ling's question, it seemed to be a little happy. It smiled and said, first, I can't seal it. As you can see, I can't resist the world will at all. I'm even partially controlled by the world will. However, I have my own thoughts and am not completely controlled. From what it said, it was not sincerely controlled by the will of the world. In fact, it seemed to want to break free from the will of the world. Of course, towards these words, Lin Ling was non-committal. Second, you can resist the will of the world. You just need to follow the path ahead and come to a valley. Then, tear down a divine talisman. The entire process is extremely simple. After you complete it, you will be able to reach the heavens in a single step. After all, after you are completely sealed, I can also help you refine the right arm of a god. Senior, what you said makes me very tempted. However, I keep feeling that there are too many tricks in this, so I have to be careful. Moreover, since you said that it's so powerful, why don't you let me try refining some dragon bones? Otherwise, if you can't even do this, I really can't believe that you have this power. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said, a piece of cake. The voice clearly knew that the young man in front of it was not a fool, so it immediately controlled a dragon corpse to swim over and said indifferently, refine it as soon as possible. I'll suppress the will of the world for you. Now you should believe me? Of course, I believe you. Lin Ling was shocked and quickly nodded with a smile. That was because it was a real dragon corpse. In fact, if not for your strength being too weak, I could even suppress the Dragon Emperor's corpse for you and let you refine it. However, after you complete the seal and obtain the right arm of a god, your strength will increase greatly. Then, you can also refine the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Then I'll thank you first, Senior. Lin Ling hurriedly dissected the dragon corpse and put it into his cosmos bag. He naturally did not have time to refine it at the moment, but even dissecting the corpse would take a lot of time. After all, these dragon corpses were the corpses of the dragon god race and were much more precious than the dragon bones of the sky dragon back then. While dissecting the corpse, Lin Ling also asked faintly, Senior, is that god very powerful? Why hasn't he died yet? More than powerful. The voice was also impatient, so there was a hint of nostalgia in its tone. Back then, that god was an all-powerful existence, fighting until the sky and earth turned dark. If not for those experts, that god would not have been sealed. Also, let me tell you, there are a total of 9 such gods. They are immortal, and their strength is monstrous. Even if one of them is killed, they will reincarnate and make a comeback in the next year. They have always been waiting for that day, to purify the world. The voice spoke more and more, but Lin Ling listened as if it had nothing to do with him. However, in reality, he was already secretly conversing with the giant ghost. However, the giant ghost could not tell the origin of the other party. He only knew that there were many tricks in this matter. Lin Ling naturally knew this. He was pretending to be ignorant now to get the treasure first. After that, regardless of whether he escaped or what, he, Lin Ling, would not lose out. Giant ghost, the thing that you're going to seal can't be the same as Xiaoluan, right? Suddenly, Lin Ling's imagination ran wild. However, this casual sentence shocked the giant ghost. Then, it said solemnly, there is such a possibility. Because in my memory, in the ancient era of the gods, there were a total of 9 hosts of the world will. Moreover, they are indeed immortal. For example, Xiaoluan is also a host of the world will. She died once, but she still reincarnated. The other hosts may not reincarnate, but they are immortal. In that case, the dragon race has always been on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. They are not living in seclusion but suppressing the seal here? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. That's possible. And this mysterious voice said that the seal seems to have loosened a little, so it wants you to seal it. If the thing sealed is really the host body of the world's will, I think you really need to seal it. The giant ghost continued. After all, if the host of the world will is revived, there is probably no one in the universe who can stop it, not even the four gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded. However, he still felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. Kid, are you done? At this moment, the voice sounded again, with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Done. Chapter 3949. Divine Grindstone. Follow me. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the voice became more urgent and immediately guided Lin Ling forward. Lin Ling and Yuer looked at each other and then followed. Although they felt that something was amiss, it was better not to make any rash decisions before they found out what was wrong. Walking along the mountain path, Lin Ling soon returned to the place where the Gu King was fighting. At a glance, the Gu King was still fighting with the dragons. The scene was extremely spectacular. It was an eye-opener for Lin Ling. That old man's strength was truly extraordinary. He was still alive even now. Lin Ling, why are you still alive? The Gu King soon noticed Lin Ling in the distance and immediately shouted. At that moment, his long hair was messy and his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. How could he not be angry when he saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound? To be honest, it's still too early for me to die. You, on the other hand, look like you're almost there. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled and walked past the ancient mountain with an Yuer as if he was shopping. You're overestimating yourself. Just wait to be torn apart. The Gu King snorted. He knew that if Lin Ling was discovered by the dragon corpses, he would not be able to escape death. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. However, just as he was gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune, he saw Lin Ling walk past the ancient mountain. The surrounding dragon corpses acted as if they didn't see Lin Ling. He's there. He's there. Go and kill him. Are you all blind? Why are you chasing after me? The Gu King was naturally unhappy. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. He tried to get the dragon corpses to kill Lin Ling. However, it was to no avail. The Gu King even saw that a few dragon corpses were staring at Lin Ling. However, they did not attack Lin Ling. This Gu King was completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that with the protection of the sound, the surrounding dragon corpses would not touch Lin Ling at all? Looking at Lin Ling again, he continued to follow the direction of the voice, moving forward along the ancient mountain. Gradually, 8 towering mountains appeared in front of him. These mountains seemed to be even more orderly. Rather than mountains, they were more like stone tablets. Most importantly, these stone tablets were larger than the mountains and exuded an ancient majesty. Ancient divine barrier formation. Lin Ling immediately shouted in shock. Moreover, he discovered that the ancient formation of the barrier of gods was actually an integration of 8 large formations. Its complexity had greatly exceeded Lin Ling's understanding. He had a feeling that the 8 stone steels were barriers carved with the blood of gods. They had supreme divine power. This made Lin Ling even more curious. What exactly were the 8 stone steels suppressing? We're here, hurry up. At this moment, the voice suddenly urged. Senior sister, you stay here. Lin Ling could not help but look to the side and say. And Yuer knew that she could not help much, so she immediately nodded and stayed in the same place with the golden white evil spirit. Lin Ling and the giant evil spirit walked toward the huge stone monument. However, to their surprise, the stone monument seemed to be near, but in fact, it was extremely far away. Moreover, there was a strange force around it that forced them to walk. They could not fly at all and their speed was greatly reduced. Lin Ling had no choice but to walk step by step. However, after walking for a full hour, Lin Ling looked up and immediately realized that the sky was blocked. A huge stone monument towered in front of him as if an ancient giant was looking down at him. Most importantly, Lin Ling felt a sense of resistance from the stone monument. Hurry up, hurry up. At this moment, the voice was heard again, this time with a hint of anger. Lin Ling had no choice but to cross the huge stone monument. After spending the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he finally entered the 8 stone monuments. Then Lin Ling looked up and was immediately shocked to find that the space within the 8 stone monuments was incomparably huge, as if it was a mysterious world. He looked up at the sky again and saw a huge stone mill hanging there. The stone mill was so big that it was even more majestic than the stone monument. There were mottled ancient runes carved on it that made one's heart palpitate. Rumble! At that moment, there was a sudden roar, causing Lin Ling's eardrums to hurt. He hurriedly looked over and realized that the huge divine grindstone was actually rotating. It was just that it was moving at a very, very slow speed. However, every time it rotated, a large amount of blood flowed out from the side of the divine mill. It was as if the divine mill was suppressing the blood of gods and demons. But even a drop of blood from the huge divine mill would be as huge as a lake when it fell to the ground. Not to mention that the divine mill didn't only have one drop of blood. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to imagine who the divine grindstone was grinding. Moreover, after so many years, the person sealed in the divine grindstone was constantly being ground down. Rumble! The divine mill was huge, but it finally stopped rotating. In fact, it wasn't that the divine mill had stopped rotating. It was just that it was moving very slowly, so it was difficult to detect. Over here! At this moment, the voice sounded again. Lin Ling immediately followed the voice and saw a large amount of black clouds floating in front of him. However, when they saw Lin Ling approaching, the black clouds immediately dispersed. Lin Ling knew that the black clouds were the will of the world. Originally, when the will of the world encountered Lin Ling, they should have invaded Lin Ling. However, it seemed that the owner of the voice had stopped the will of the world. After passing through a large number of will of the world, it wasn't long before an arm appeared under an ancient rock. The arm was suppressed by the ancient rock, causing blood to flow out continuously. The rock looked ordinary, but there was a yellowish talisman on it. Boy, stick the talisman under the rock. This way, you'll be considered to have succeeded in sealing it. It'll be a great merit. The treasures I promised you will all belong to you. At this moment, the voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded and moved forward with the giant ghost. Just as they approached the rock, an ancient power surged like a storm. The seemingly ordinary rock actually had its own willpower, and it wasn't weak. However, it was stimulated by the rock's willpower. The human monarch's flame immediately appeared in Lin Ling's body and fought against the rock's willpower. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't feel the pressure and moved forward again. As expected. The voice sounded excited. It was obviously not surprised by this scene. It was as if it already knew that Lin Ling could resist the rock's willpower. Seal it. Then the voice almost roared. Seal. This meant that if the talisman was stuck on the rock, there wouldn't be any problem on the surface. However, for some reason, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he stuck the talisman on the rock, it wouldn't be a seal, but a seal would be broken. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the giant divine mill in the sky. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chapter 3950. The dragon god had arrived. Once the talisman was stuck on the rock, it would be tore off the talisman from the divine grindstone. The talisman would fall to the ground, greatly reducing the power of the divine grindstone. What are you doing? Hurry up. Don't you want the divine embryo body? Don't you want the divine right arm? Hurry up and seal it. Seeing that Lin Ling was not moving, the voice seemed to be angered. However, Lin Ling ignored it, and his frown deepened. Finally, he moved. The voice was delighted. Just as it was anticipating something, it was enraged. Lin Ling not only did not seal the talisman into the rock, he even removed the talisman. As for the rocks without talismans on them, they suddenly began to shine brightly. Rumble! At this moment, the divine grindstone in the sky was also spinning a little faster. You who told you to remove the talisman? You idiot! Do you know that you are removing the seal? Hurry up and put the talisman back. The voice became pained, and then it cursed angrily. Senior, I saw that the person in the millstone was very pitiful, so I didn't want to seal him. I wanted to let him go, so I removed the talisman. Hearing this, Lin Ling said innocently. The voice was speechless. It hurriedly shouted, "Yes, it's very pitiful. It's been trapped here for countless years. Every day, it has to go through the grinding of the divine mill. So, it's right that you want to help it. However, you'd better stick the talisman on the rock. Because, to tell you the truth, that's the real release of it. I lied to you before. Now, you'd better quickly put the talisman on the rock. It's best if you give it to that arm." "Senior, didn't you say that sticking the talisman on the rock is the seal? Why is it liberating now? This is hard to explain. Now, you should put the talisman on the rock. Please, because the person in the divine grindstone is very pitiful. If you don't save him, I don't know if he can hold on any longer." "Senior, I suddenly don't want to save it. Although it's pitiful, it's definitely a person who has done all kinds of bad things to be trapped here. Therefore, I can't release that demon for my own selfish reasons and harm the people of the world. Brat, you're playing me." After a round of bargaining, the voice was completely enraged. He felt that Lin Ling was playing with him. One moment he said he wanted to save him, and the next moment he said he didn't. Did he take him for a fool? "Haha, so you've shown your true colors?" At this time, Lin Ling finally smiled faintly and waved the talisman in his hand. "I feel that you really need this. This talisman is actually not used for sealing. If I'm not wrong, it's actually a key to opening the divine grindstone. So, if you want to get it, and the only way to get it is to put the talisman on the rock. That way, you can also get the arm under the rock. Little bastard, you're courting death." Hearing this, the voice was even more furious. "Let me guess again. You should be the person in the divine grindstone. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You were tortured by the divine grindstone every day until you were covered in blood, but you were still alive and escaped here. You even wanted to catch me as an idiot to open this cage for you. Unfortunately, you're an idiot, but that doesn't mean I'm an idiot." Lin Ling shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Let me guess again. You should be Es God from the era of gods, and others also call you the world will host. You're immortal, so you've been sealed here all this time. The dragon race's mission is to watch over you, right?" "Bastard, bastard, bastard, who are you? Why do you even know about the world will host?" I found the wrong person. There was no doubt that the voice was about to go crazy. He had finally found a chance to escape, but it had been ruined by Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he would have rather believed in the idiotic old man outside the mountain. The idiot old man in his heart was naturally the Goo King. Unfortunately, although the Goo King was powerful, he could not get close to this place without a strong will protecting him. So, he could only think about it. Of course, no matter how he thought about it, he knew that he had missed one point. Lin Ling knew about the world will host and guessed his origin. "Brat, remember, I won't let you off. When I come out, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." The voice became venomous. "Thank you for thinking about me so much. But before that, I'll inform the dragon race to seal you again. Now, goodbye." "Oh, right, thank you for your dragon corpse." Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Holding the talisman, he strode away from the rock. "I won't let you off." The resentful voice sounded from behind Lin Ling. Unfortunately, these words were neither painful nor itchy to Lin Ling, who had experienced countless things. Lin Ling looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely nervous. Step by step, he walked out of the world filled with black clouds. However, when he arrived outside the 8 stone tablets, he realized that a large number of azure dragons had gathered outside the stone tablets. These azure dragons were alive. They hovered in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Looking at the countless dragon gods, and Yuer was looking at Lin Ling worriedly. "Human, what are you doing here?" A deep voice rang out as a terrifying dragon's breath surged over, causing Lin Ling to lose his footing and nearly be sent flying backward. A real dragon god was indeed terrifying. "Let her go." Lin Ling could not care about himself anymore. Looking at Yuer, his eyes turned cold. "What are you doing here?" However, the mottled dragon god from before roared again. Looking at that gaze, it seemed like it wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. Wait. But at that moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the sky, causing all the dragon gods to stop and look at the sky. The divine grindstone has begun to rotate. The worlds did not succeed. The voice in the sky sounded again, causing all the dragon gods to be stunned. Then they finally relaxed. It was obvious that they had appeared here because they were afraid that the taboo of the gods and demons would escape. Fortunately, things did not exceed their expectations. "Get lost, what did you do to my wife?" However, Lin Ling ignored them and immediately rushed toward Yuer. "You're courting death." The leading dragon god shouted majestically and wanted to devour Lin Ling. "Don't touch him, he's the one who sealed the world's will." At that moment, the voice in the sky sounded again, causing the attitude of all the dragon gods to change. Rumble. At that moment, Lin Ling, who was in midair, had arrived. Unknowingly, he had already fused with his talent. A terrifying palm arrived and directly smashed the leading dragon god into the ground. Boom! The ground split open, and the dragon god hovering in midair sank deep into the ground. Chapter 3951. Dragon Valley. Almost at the same time, the dragon god that had been smashed to the ground earlier rushed up again. It glared fiercely at Lin Ling, but it did not act rashly. Boom! However, just as it got up, Lin Ling stomped down again, landing on the dragon god's head and stomping it back to the ground. All the dragon gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this kid crazy? One had to know that when ordinary people saw the dragon race, they would only be respectful and reverent. However, this kid was good. He was beating them up like crazy, as if he did not put the dragon god in his eyes at all. "Little friend, we were wrong before. We did not investigate everything and wronged you. Don't worry, your little girlfriend is fine." At this moment, the ancient voice in the sky sounded again. The voice also made the beaten dragon god not dare to flare up. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived beside Yuer. Only then did he realize that Yuer had been imprisoned by a powerful force. This made him look at the sky with red eyes. "Get lost." All the dragon gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only did this guy beat up the dragon gods, he even dared to scold the dragon emperor. Hee, all right, it's my fault." The ancient voice in the sky carried a bitter smile. Come to the Dragon Valley." After Lin Ling's anger, he realized that Yuer was fine after all. Only then did he vent his anger and say, "Lead the way." All the dragon gods were helpless, but they also knew that the Dragon Emperor was very easy to talk to this human, so they did not dare to do anything to Lin Ling. "Come on up." The leader of the dragon gods also let out a bitter laugh. Humph. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored it and flew towards another dragon god within Yuer. After landing on the dragon god, he said indifferently, "Let's go." And this arrogant appearance made all the dragon gods shake their heads. They obviously didn't expect this tiny human to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Lin Ling had been extremely worried about Yuer. In addition, he had helped the dragon clan seal the seal and even came from afar to deliver the message. Not only did the dragon clan not thank him, they even almost wanted to kill him. If it was anyone else, their mood wouldn't be any better. Countless dragon gods soared in the sky at an incomparably fast speed. Standing on the dragon gods, Lin Ling could also see the entire continent. At this moment, the anger in his heart finally subsided a little. He looked at the ancient land and felt a little heroic. The dragon race was one of the most mysterious and ancient races in the universe. Today, not only did he see it, he even stepped on the dragon god and roamed the sky. If this matter were to spread back to the Snow Wind Academy, it would make countless people jealous. Moreover, Lin Ling found that these dragon gods were exactly the same as the dragons he knew when he was a child. They had snake body, lizard legs, eagle claws, snake tail, antlers, fish scales, whiskers at the corners of their mouths, and pearls under their foreheads. He never dreamed that the mythical stories he heard when he was a child were actually true. At least, he was really standing on a dragon god. Dragon Pearl. Then, Lin Ling looked not far away and found that the flying dragons were all holding mysterious pearls in their claws. Some were holding 2 pearls, and some were holding 1. However, compared to the dragon pearls Lin Ling had seen before, these were hundreds of times larger. Moreover, all the dragon gods had dragon pearls. This made Lin Ling think of the dragons he saw outside. Not many of them had dragon pearls. "We're here." A moment later, the dragon god under his feet spat out human words. Looking around, an incomparably vast valley appeared in front of him. The valley was colorful and filled with divine aura. Looking from the sky, one could find that the valley was filled with birds and flowers, as if it was a paradise. Moreover, on the ground, many dragon gods were hovering there, swallowing the clouds and riding the mist. It was extremely magical. Moreover, those countless dragon gods also noticed the arrival of Lin Ling in the sky and revealed a curious expression. Looking from afar, countless dragon gods looked up. The scene was incomparably spectacular, as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. Even Lin Ling was shocked. In his life, this was the first time he had encountered so many dragon gods. Moreover, if these dragon gods went to the final world, what 10 great martial gods of the 9 regions? They were simply farts. Just as he was lost in thought, the dragon gods beneath his feet had already landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Ling, who was holding in Yu's hand, also floated down. Only now did he realize that the Dragon Valley was even grander than he had imagined. Its massive entrance was even wider than any city gate. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly noticed that the dragon pearls on his body were jumping. It was those dragon demons. The dragon demons seemed to be very excited because they had arrived at the home of the dragons. Although most of these dragon demons were human and had been transformed by the ghost dragon god using evil techniques, it was undeniable that they more or less had the bloodline of a dragon in their bodies. Therefore, they more or less had a sense of belonging to the dragon race. "Come out." Lin Ling immediately released all the dragon demons. After those tall dragon demons appeared, they immediately knelt down to the Dragon Valley. Looking at the dragon gods around Lin Ling, they were used to it and were full of arrogance. This was because they had long been used to this scene. They also knew that in the universe, there were many dragons with impure bloodlines. Therefore, in front of these dragons with impure bloodlines, they were naturally superior. Of course, this kind of arrogance was obviously useless against Lin Ling. Moreover, in the hearts of all the dragon gods, Lin Ling was an anomaly. "Go in." The leader of the dragon gods couldn't be arrogant in front of Lin Ling and said kindly. Lin Ling immediately nodded and entered while holding in Yuer's hand. However, the dragon demons were not allowed to enter the Dragon Valley and could only kneel outside the valley. This obviously made Lin Ling a little unhappy, but he also realized that even if they could enter, those dragon demons wouldn't dare to. This was why he didn't flare up in the end. The dragon cleansing pool is very suitable for them. At this moment, the leader of the dragon gods said faintly. The so-called dragon cleansing pool was the place where the dragon gods bathed. Although it didn't sound like much to the dragon demons, it was a place where they were reborn. If they could be contaminated with more dragon chi, they could also transform again. Dragons also have 3 horns and 9 ranks. The dragon that crosses the dragon cleansing pool is also a dragon, but not a dragon god. Those who have dragon blood are also dragons, but not dragon gods. The true dragon gods have the purest bloodline passed down from generation to generation. Even the Dragon Valley has strict orders that the dragon gods are not allowed to marry outsiders. This is to preserve the bloodline of the dragon gods. The leader of the dragon gods led Lin Ling in. After entering, Lin Ling realized that the spiritual energy in the valley was extremely rich, causing the huge vortex in his dantian to spin wildly. This was the effect of the demigod divine pill. "Let's go see the Dragon Emperor." Then, the dragon god said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and walked along the Dragon Valley. Wherever they passed, Lin Ling could also see a large number of dragon gods looking at them, making Lin Ling feel like he had come to a land of giants. How magical! Chapter 3952. To meet the Dragon Emperor. The main road of the Dragon Valley was also very wide. Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen looked around as they walked. Not long after, a cave appeared in front of them. What surprised Lin Ling was that the cave was not big. Instead, it looked more like a cultivation cave for martial artists. Pacing back and forth outside the cave, Lin Ling pondered whether or not he should enter. "Little friend, come in." However, at this moment, a kind voice came from the cave. Lin Ling and Yuer looked at each other, then strode into the cave. Inside the cave, there was an ancient fragrance, and there were many calligraphy and paintings hanging from the walls. It was extremely elegant. An old man wearing a loose robe, holding a brush in his hand, was writing something in front of a desk. "This is the Dragon Emperor?" Seeing this, Lin Ling and Yuer were both shocked. Because no matter how one looked at him, the Dragon Emperor looked like a very ordinary old man. "Hee, although our dragon clan is blessed by the heavens, we can't compare to you humans when it comes to being refined and refined." At this time, the old man slowly turned around. He had a slender beard, pure white and flawless, and his eyebrows were extremely long. He looked extremely amiable, and Lin Ling had a strange thought. He really wanted to pull out those beards, because those seemed to be precious dragon beards. Of course, this was just a thought. Other than his beard and eyebrows, the other aspects of this old man were ordinary. If there was anything special about him, it would be his eyes. This was because the old man's eyes were half closed, as if he was still sleeping. "Thank you for helping us seal the will of the world." The old man looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "Previously, our dragon cave was disturbed by someone, so our eyes all fell on the dragon cave. Who knew that this was the cunning method of the world will? It used a diversion method to attract all the dragon gods to the dragon cave, and the so-called dragon cave is the place where the past dragon gods fell. There are a large number of dragon corpses there. Our attention was attracted, and the will of the world attempted to break the seal, but in the end, it was interrupted by you by a stroke of luck." "It's nothing." Hearing this, Lin Ling roughly guessed what was going on and smiled. "This is a great contribution because our dragon clan has been suppressing the seal here for a long time. If we let the seal escape, then we will have failed to live up to the trust of others." The old man smiled kindly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Entrust? Could it be that such a powerful dragon had been entrusted to someone else? As if sensing Lin Ling's curiosity, the old man smiled and said, "Boy, Huanyu is much more complicated than you think. Although our dragon god is powerful, there are people above us who are even more powerful than us." Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Could it be that those powerful people were superior gods? "Well, you have helped our dragon clan, and we will not treat you unfairly. We will reward you with a dragon god battle armor." This battle armor was made by the 28th generation Dragon Emperor. It took him 9,999 years to collect divine iron and dragon scales from outside Huanyu to make it. Its greatest function is to heal injuries. The old man continued. As he spoke, he flipped his hands and held a set of azure blue battle armor. The surface of this battle armor was covered with dragon scales and was extremely exquisite. Lin Ling was delighted. Battle armor made by the Dragon Emperor? Be careful, this battle armor has a dragon's soul, but it can't take a beating, the old man said again. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Wasn't the battle armor used for defense? Why couldn't it take a beating? Seeing Lin Ling's strange look, the old man couldn't help but laugh. That half-asleep look seemed to have woken up a little. This set of battle armor is used for healing, but this kind of healing is targeted at the dragon god. If a human wears it, it won't be healing, but it will continue to improve your dragon god bloodline. In other words, it will improve your dragon god talent and eventually become a dragon god. As for why it is like this? Because when our dragon god is injured, its dragon chi will be greatly reduced, and it needs the battle armor to strengthen its foundation. This kind of strengthening foundation and strengthening of the foundation for humans is to improve their dragon chi, dragon blood, and from another point of view, it is to improve their talent. In addition, this battle armor is very heavy and has the power of 100,000 worlds. Hearing this, Lin Ling's mouth opened wide. Currently, he only has the power of 30,000 worlds. Not to mention the other aspects of this battle armor, just its weight alone can crush him to death. But don't worry, in its initial state, the Dragon God battle armor has the power of 10,000 worlds. It will slowly increase the power of the world as the owner's strength increases. This process is actually to improve your physical strength. The old man laughed, making Lin Ling come to a realization. All right, I'll put it on for you first. Then, the old man raised his hands and a large number of dragon talismans appeared. They were sparkling and resplendent and landed on the battle armor, and the battle armor immediately opened up. Looking carefully, how is this battle armor? It is simply a huge dragon skin. However, after the dragon talismans floated over, the dragon skin began to change and wrapped Lin Ling. Then, a set of azure majestic armor appeared on Lin Ling's body. This armor is covered in dragon light, and the crown is made of phoenix feathers, causing Lin Ling's entire temperament to change, as if he is a dragon general. So beautiful! At the side, and Yuera's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. The current Lin Ling is indeed much more impressive. She reckons that when Lin Ling shows this Shen Wei battle armor in the final world, many women will be moved. Not bad, this battle armor is very comfortable. Lin Ling stroked the battle armor and nodded in satisfaction. This is just the beginning. But at this time, the old man said with a smile. He controlled the dragon talismans and landed them on Lin Ling's battle armor. A huge dragon talisman appeared on his legs, arms, and crown in all 5 directions before disappearing into it. Bang! The ground where Lin Ling is standing on instantly sank by a lot, and Lin Ling also felt as if he is carrying 10,000 worlds. Initial strength, the strength of 10,000 worlds. This battle armor. Lin Ling's face changed immediately. Don't remove the dragon talismans so easily. Although the moment you remove them, your strength will instantly increase, but you will have to start from the beginning again. This is because the dragon god battle armor strength is slowly increasing. If it is interrupted, it will naturally return to its original state. The old man hurriedly said. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Could it be that he will have to carry this set of battle armor all the time? But then he realized that the double dragon god talent in his body was slowly increasing. Moreover, his physical strength was also slowly increasing under the stimulation of external objects. Most importantly, this kind of increase has no side effects because the battle armor is also constantly repairing Lin Ling's injured body. This battle armor is precious. How is it? Seeing that Lin Ling is sensing the dragon god battle armor, the old man suddenly asked. Senior, this battle armor is indeed not used for battle, but it is also used to assist in cultivation. Now I feel very good. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said, after all, the weight on his body is too huge, but he believes that it won't be long before he gets used to it. That's good. Chapter 3953. Lin Ling didn't expect the Dragon Emperor to have guessed it. He immediately took out the letter that Lei Gong had given him and handed it to the Dragon Emperor. Seeing the Dragon Emperor accept it with both hands, Lin Ling immediately felt relieved because he had finally completed the last mission in Kaiyuan River. This also meant that the second mission of the Trial of God had been completed. Of course, at this point, he knew how difficult the Trial of God was. No wonder so many people wanted to become trial takers, but each god only had 10 trial takers. Then, Lin Ling saw the Dragon Emperor frowning as he read the letter in his hand. He didn't want to disturb him, so he left the cave with Yuer. Outside the cave, there were still birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Warm sunlight shone down from the sky. It was unknown whether it was the sunlight from Huanyu or the sunlight from the Kaiyuan River. Bang! However, it was extremely difficult for Lin Ling to walk. Every step left a footprint, and he was drenched in sweat. Lin Ling, do you need my help? And Yuer naturally knew that this was the effect of the Dragon God battle armor. No need, I can hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and smiled, nodding resolutely. Seeing Lin Ling being so stubborn, and Yuer shook her head helplessly. However, she also knew Lin Ling's character. Once he decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. Therefore, she didn't stop Lin Ling. Let's go and find a place to sit. Lin Ling, on the other hand, wore his battle armor and walked forward step by step. However, looking at his appearance, it was extremely comical. He couldn't even walk steadily, like a child who had just learned to walk. Roar, roar, roar. There were many dragon gods not far away, and when they saw this scene, they could not help but let out strange laughter. So noisy, it's none of your business. Seeing those dragon gods, Lin Ling cursed angrily, but in exchange, there were even more laughter. And Yue, on the other hand, curled her lips. She reckoned that among humans, Lin Ling was probably the only one who dared to scold the dragon gods like this. Bang! Finally, under a huge ancient tree, Lin Ling couldn't take it anymore and sat down weakly. Then, he looked at the majestic battle armor and thought of those dragon gods who were laughing at him. So, he gritted his teeth, took out another blue robe, and covered the surface of the battle armor. This blue robe was clearly not an ordinary item. It was bought from God's shop and had the power to block one's aura. Under the cover of the robe, Lin Ling also returned to his former appearance. At least he didn't have to be a thorn in the side of others. After resting like this for a long time, when Lin Ling felt that he was gradually adapting, the Dragon Emperor came again. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "Congratulations, you've helped the dragon race seal the world's will, so Lei Gong has decided that you've become a 3-star trial taker. You only need to complete one more mission, then you can step into 4-star. That's great." Hearing this, Lin Ling was delighted. This was because only he knew how difficult the trial missions were. Some trial takers even spent thousands of years to complete a mission, and they might not succeed. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had completed 2 missions at the same time. This also meant that Lin Ling could make 2 requests of the old woman when he returned. Also, your Lei Gong wants you to return as soon as possible, the old man said again. But Lin Ling nodded and stood up. He looked into the distance because this trip to the Kaiyuan River had taken up a lot of his time. Calculating the time, the 3-year promise was coming soon. During this period of time, Lin Ling's strength had also increased greatly. Perhaps only he knew the bitterness in his heart. Long Yang had went Ian martial god's special training, while Lin Ling could only rely on himself. However, Lin Ling was confident that everything he had received was not much worse than Long Yang. I've sent the letter, found my wife, and my brothers are safe and sound. It's time to leave. At this moment, Lin Ling realized that the dragon god's armor on his body seemed to have become much lighter. It's not easy for you to come all the way here. However, you've gained as much as you've sacrificed, the old man said with a smile as he looked at Lin Ling. Through his conversation with Lei Gong, he knew what kind of person this kid in front of him was. He also thought highly of Lin Ling. Then, Senior, I'll take my leave. Lin Ling bowed slightly to the Dragon Emperor. He held in Yuer's hand and walked along the main road of the Dragon Valley with large strides. However, this time he did not walk in a wretched manner. Instead, he walked with confidence and composure. The old man looked at the spirited young man and nodded. He said calmly, "Send him back." When the order was given, the surrounding dragon gods immediately let out a low roar. Lin Ling arrived outside the Dragon Valley and took the platinum evil spirit and the giant ghost away. Then he went to check on the dragon demons. In a huge ancient pool filled with mist, a large number of huge figures were faintly discernible in the mist. They were also letting out deafening dragon roars. When Lin Ling approached, he was surprised to find that the dragon demon's strength had greatly increased. Many of the dragon demons had broken through to the martial god realm. Their bloodlines had also become pure. Furthermore, they no longer looked like dragon demons. At least a portion of them had regained their human appearance. "My lord." After seeing Lin Ling, the dragon demons said gratefully. They knew that if it were not for Lin Ling, they would never have been able to come to the Dragon Valley in their entire lives. They were very grateful to Lin Ling for this. "Everyone, your strength has increased greatly. Do you plan to leave or continue to follow me?" Lin Ling was happy for these dragon demons. "Of course we're following you, my lord. Because in my lord's Dragon Ball, there is also our home." One of the dragon demons laughed. Lin Ling suddenly remembered that the dragon pearl seemed to lead to another world. It was no wonder that these dragon demons were not bored in it. Then, Lin Ling put them back into the dragon pearl and planned to leave. However, at this moment, A dragon god flew over and told Lin Ling that it was under the Dragon Emperor's orders to send Lin Ling out of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling naturally would not refuse. He leaped onto the dragon god with an yuer and the dragon god flew into the sky. This time, it did not fly in the direction of the ocean of death, but toward the sky. Don't tell me this guy wants to fly over the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. His evaluation of the dragon god in his heart involuntarily went up a notch. Rumble. The sound of water was everywhere as the dragon god rushed into the Kaiyuan River. However, Lin Ling and An Yuer, who were above the dragon god, did not feel any pressure. Instead, they enjoyed the beautiful scenery around them. To humans, they could be considered as one of the few people who could fly over the Kaiyuan River. Red Bodhi Scripture Celestial Venerable Shu, 6 Paths of Myriad Wind and Cloud Manipulation. Lin Ling appreciated it for a moment, then began to cultivate. What he cultivated was the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique. When Lin Ling cultivated this divine technique, he could see the wind and clouds roiling in the sky. The wind and clouds were flowing, but they carried with them an extremely mysterious melody. Lin Ling was like a gust of wind, a cloud, moving with the wind and clouds, flowing through the 9 provinces and arriving at the era of the gods. Chapter 3954. The Legend of the Dragon God. Finally, when he reached the stage of fullness, the soul force in his mind began to hurt. This made Lin Ling realize that he had to let it go. If he continued to cultivate, he would not be able to achieve anything. Looking at his soul force again, it had reached 23,500. This speed of improvement could be said to be terrifying. Huan Yu, we're almost there. Yes. At this moment, the dragon god also made a sound, which made Lin Ling's mind jolt. Then, he looked at the Kaiyuan River reluctantly. Through the rolling river, he seemed to see the demonic forest under the river, the Guyuan mountain range, and the ancient dragon wasteland. He believed that even after thousands of years, the legend of Lin Ling would still be passed down there. The void of Huan Yu was quiet and distant. In the distance, the stars were bright, like eyes looking at the whole world. However, in this dark void, there was a huge river rolling. From afar it looked like the Milky Way. If one looked closer, the river was magnificent, as if it could drown anything in the universe. And this river seemed to have no end, dividing the dark void. It was extremely magical. Looking at the side of the rolling river, pieces of broken continents were scattered there. If one got closer, one could even see martial artists passing through the continents, and those continents were the banks of the river. As for that Milky Way, it was the Kaiyuan River. The Kaiyuan River, one of the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 states. Legend has it that this is another universe, but it hasn't taken shape yet. However, the battles inside are extremely fierce, and only gods can enter. In the distance of the Kaiyuan River, an old man with a large number of young people was floating there, and his eyes were dignified as he spoke. This time, I'm only taking you to see the Kaiyuan River from afar. When you've mastered your skills in the future, you can try to explore by yourself. Remember, the road is under your feet. Walk more, then you can see further, but you have to do everything according to your ability. The old man exhorted again. Grandmaster Lien, this Kaiyuan River is so big. Where do those powerful warriors wander around? A young man asked curiously. Under the river. The old man smiled and suddenly pointed at the Kaiyuan River. Wow! Everyone cried out in surprise. They never thought that the Kaiyuan River would be under the Great River. Your teacher, I was quite lucky back then. I had once roamed that place with experts. There were Demon Yuan Forest, Ancient Yuan Mountain Range, and even Ancient Dragon Desolate Land. After that, the old man looked at the young men with a proud expression. The eyes of the young men all flashed as they listened with anticipation. They were here to observe the Kaiyuan River, but that didn't stop them from yearning for it. In the future, they would definitely enter this magical place. Master Lien, you're amazing. A young girl suddenly said with adoration. This young girl was very good-looking, pure and cute. After she spoke, the surrounding youths more or less stared at her with a strange light in their eyes. You flatter me. Although I've been to those places, I've been with the Alliance. It's impossible for me to go there alone. Of course, I haven't been to the entire Kai Yuan River. After all, there are rumors that at the end of the Kai Yuan River, there's an endless Dead Sea. There are countless terrifying monsters there. If you cross the Dead Sea, you'll reach the other side of the Kai Yuan River. As the old man spoke, a look of nostalgia appeared in his eyes as he recalled the battles of the past. The other side of the Kai Yuan River? What's that? Everyone held their breaths and became even more curious. The old man smiled mysteriously. According to the rumors, there's an ancient continent on the other side, and that's also the hometown of the Dragon Clan. Boom. As soon as he said that, there was no doubt that the hearts of these hot-blooded young men exploded. The Dragon Clan. They had heard of this legend before. It was said that the Dragon Clan was the noblest of all. They were left behind during the era of the gods, and all the dragons in the 9 states were their descendants. I wonder what the legendary dragon god looks like. The cute young girl who spoke before said with a yearning look. Hee, so far, I haven't heard of anyone reaching the other side of the Kai Yuan River. As for the Dragon Clan, just think about it because no human is qualified to meet the dragon god. The old man was very satisfied with the expressions of the young men because curiosity was one of the factors that motivated a warrior to become stronger. Perhaps in the future, these little guys would continue to become stronger because they wanted to meet the dragon god. Of course, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. The Dragon Clan wasn't that easy to meet. Master Lien, has no one ever seen the dragon god? The young girl from before asked again. Of course, unless it's a god. Due to the pride of the Dragon Clan, they disdain to appear in front of humans. The old man nodded slightly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Kai Yuan River in front of them exploded. The turbulent river water turned into a huge whirlpool and rushed into the void. From afar, it looked like a dragon sucking in water. Then, under the Kai Yuan River, a huge figure rushed out. It was huge and winding, and it was majestic. It was a dragon god. Everyone was tongue-tied. They pointed forward and couldn't say a word. The old man even pulled out a few strands of his beard because he was also shocked. What a mighty dragon god. This is a real dragon. Its aura is so strong. Look, there's someone above the dragon god. Mu Wan, are you kidding? The Dragon Clan is the most arrogant. How can there be someone above the dragon god? The young men's voices were trembling, and their eyes were full of worship. I'm not lying. The cute young girl from before said stubbornly. Her little hand was also pointing into the distance. However, this time, even Master Lien shook his head. He thought to himself, is this little girl Mu Wan scared out of her wits? He wanted to persuade Mu Wan to calm down and not be frightened by the dragon god's aura. However, before he could say anything, Master Lien's eyes also trembled. That was because the huge dragon god in front of them stopped flying. Then, 2 figures floated down. It was a man and a woman. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy and breathtaking. The man was dressed in a blue robe and was handsome and otherworldly. So beautiful! Looking at the immortal couple, all the young men's hearts trembled. Master Lien pulled out a few strands of his beard. Then, he was even more excited than the young men. Damn it! Who said that the dragon god was arrogant? Now, it was being ridden by someone. Thank you. I'll visit your Dragon Valley when I'm free. At this time, the young man in the blue robe in front of them said with a smile. All right, go ahead. Our Dragon Valley will always welcome you. Now that I've sent you here, I can complete my mission perfectly. Goodbye. The mighty dragon god spoke in human language. He circled around the void and finally rushed into the Kaiyuan River, stirring up the river water and causing it to shoot up into the sky. As for the couple, they too flew into the distance and gradually disappeared into the void. Isn't the dragon god the most arrogant? I think it's easy to talk to him. Chapter 3955. They had arrived at Qingzhou. Today's trip was not in vain. When I go back, I can also brag to others. After the 2 of them left, all the youths started to laugh in high spirits. Master Lien, what's wrong? However, The girl named Mu Wan was observant and noticed that there was something wrong with the old man beside her. With this shout, everyone looked at the highly respected and knowledgeable Master Lien. Then, they realized that this senior's mouth was agape and he was frozen in place. Master Lien. Someone hurriedly flew over. After a moment of investigation, he said in shock, Master, he fainted from fright. Everyone was petrified. Was this still the knowledgeable Master Lien? It was just a dragon god. Although it was very surprising, it was not to the extent of fainting from fright. How could they know that in the millions of years of history of the 9 regions, no one had ever seen the dragon god, let alone someone riding the dragon god? Therefore, to Master Lien, today's scene was no different from an old sow climbing a tree. Even a salted fish could turn over a new leaf. At this moment, on the other side of the universe, Lin Ling held An Yuer's hand and strode forward. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Ling was undoubtedly very happy. He laughed as he walked. Why are you smiling so happily? By the way, when we came out earlier, it seems like many people saw us from afar. An Yuer rolled her eyes and said, Who cares? Lin Ling didn't care. Then he looked at An Yuer with a smile and said, Most importantly, I brought my wife back. Ha! An Yuer was shocked. She didn't expect the usually calm Lin Ling to be laughing so foolishly because of her. She was instantly moved and held Lin Ling's hand even tighter. I can have my wedding night. However, Lin Ling's next sentence also made An Yuer curse. So this guy was happy because of this. She flung Lin Ling's hand away, picked up her skirt and left first. You're always thinking about that. She left behind a sentence with a hint of displeasure. However, Lin Ling did not care at all. Instead, he looked at An Yuer's long legs that were occasionally exposed under her long dress. Her skin was as smooth as jade. If he touched it, it would feel really good. Sister Yuer, sister. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixated on the scenery by An Yuer's skirt. He quickly chased after her. Let's go to Qingzhou first. Grandfather and mother have been worried about you for a long time. Let's go and tell them that you're safe. He xiu is Wuxia. Xiu. It had xiu. And Yuer nodded when she thought of Patriarch Taiyin and Auntie Mo Nianchen. Then let's speed up. Watch me. Lin Ling caught up with An Yuer and waved his right hand. A ray of light flew out from his sleeve and turned into a palm-sized wooden gourd in front of Lin Ling. What's this? An Yuer's curiosity was piqued. Hee, I bought all the treasures in the shop of gods. This is the flying flower gourd. It's very fast. It only takes 2 hours to reach Qingzhou from here. Lin Ling said as if he was presenting a treasure. It's that powerful? An Yuer's eyes flickered with curiosity. Lin Ling didn't explain. He held An Yuer's hand and jumped down. The gourd suddenly became as big as a boat. Lin Ling carried An Yuer and sat in the gourd. Then, the gourd's but faced forward while its mouth faced backward. A large number of flower petals sprayed out from the mouth of the gourd. Under the urging of the flower petals, the gourd flew into the distance like a meteor. Behind the gourd were 2 evil spirits, one big and one small. At this moment, they were cursing Lin Ling for not being a brother and leaving them behind. Looking back, the sky was filled with flowers. It was extremely beautiful. Is it beautiful? Lin Ling chuckled on the gourd. Beautiful. An Yuer nodded heavily. Then she realized that Lin Ling's hand had landed on her thigh. This made her instantly understand why this fellow had gotten a gourd-shaped mount. It turned out that he wanted to take advantage of her. After all, if he had gotten a palace-like mount, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stick so close to her. You're too dirty. Thinking of this, An Yuer curled her lips. However, her words made Lin Ling smile. Not only did his hands not stop, but he also slowly explored her smooth, jade-like thighs. If someone was here at this moment, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Because in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Ling was cold and handsome, but now he was laughing non-stop. An Yuer was even more exaggerated. She could be called an ice beauty. However, in front of Lin Ling, she was like an ordinary girl. Even she was more talkative. Perhaps, They would only show that kind of innocence in front of each other. 2 hours later, Qingzhou appeared in front of them. This ancient continent was full of vitality. In the sky, there were figures passing through from time to time. It seemed that they were not weak. Lin Ling and An Yuer stopped in the sky and looked down. Lin Ling, in particular, had a nostalgic look in his eyes. This was because he hadn't been back for many years. More importantly, this was the first divine prefecture that he had ventured into after coming to the martial god realm. I wonder if Grandpa and the others are doing well. And Yuer suddenly said to Yu, "Don't worry. I've already asked people to protect this place. Unless those guys don't want to live, they definitely won't dare to disturb this place." Lin Ling said with a smile. He brought in Yuer and rushed towards Qingzhou. Lin Ling was naturally not worried about Qingzhou. This was because Lei Gong had promised him to protect Qingzhou. After reaching the ground, Lin Ling looked into the distance. It was as if the entire Qingzhou was in his eyes. The martial god barracks, the great Azure Divine Dynasty, the 5-ring city, the 3 great academies, and so on all had Lin Ling's memories. Something's not right. Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned. This was because he heard some strange sounds with his ear of chaos. Moreover, he also sensed a different aura with his soul power. He was naturally very familiar with that aura. It was the Gu King from the place of eternal rest. That guy had actually escaped the Dragon Corpse's pursuit. The Dragon Emperor must have suddenly recalled the Dragon Corpse. That was why he was lucky enough to survive. However, Lin Ling did not expect that the first place that guy came to after escaping was Qingzhou. Although Lin Ling did not know why the old man was here, he knew that he was definitely not here as a guest. This old man is really stubborn. He didn't dare to come openly, but he actually secretly attacked. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Because the Gu King was good at secretly attacking people, even though Lei Gong had asked people to guard this place, they did not notice anything strange in the short term. Follow me. Chapter 3956. Third Princess's Disciple. Next, Lin Ling led An Yuer forward towards the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Along the way, Lin Ling had been secretly investigating. Moreover, the Gu King was extremely powerful, so Lin Ling did not even dare to release the evil ghost jellyfish. However, Lin Ling's soul force had been greatly improved. Relying on his soul force, he was able to find out the truth. Moreover, a bronze mirror appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This was the Guangyang mirror. As long as one's soul force entered it, everything that one's soul force detected would be reflected in the mirror. This mirror was naturally a divine artifact bought from God's shop. He saw an old man sitting cross-legged in a dark room. His face was pale, and he would occasionally let out some crazy cries. Moreover, every time he cried out, it seemed as if he was venting something, and he would continuously vomit blood. This old ghost is injured, and his injuries are not light. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up, and Yuer also leaned over to the side. After seeing the scene in the mirror, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling roughly looked for a while and immediately put away the mirror. Then he said to An Yuer, "Senior sister Yuer, you're too beautiful. When we enter the city, I'm afraid there will be a sensation." "That's easy." Hearing this, An Yuer smiled and took out a veil to cover her beautiful face. Although she was still a devastatingly beautiful woman, she was no longer as stunning as before. "That's great." Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. Holding An Yuer's hand, he was about to quicken his pace. "Big brother, wait." However, right at that moment, a shout suddenly sounded from afar. Then a young man flew over. This person's strength was ordinary. Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to him. However, he saw that the other party was wearing a set of armor, and that armor was from the Martial God Battalion. Martial God Battalion? Speaking of which, he, Lin Ling, was currently the Grand Marshal of the 6 divisions. "Do you know which way is the Great Azure Divine Dynasty?" After the young man arrived, he smiled and explained, "I just came to the Martial God realm not long ago. This is the first time I'm going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, so I'm not familiar with the place." This was the same as Lin Ling in the past. He had also served in the Martial God camp before going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It just so happens that we are going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Let's go together. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. This young man was from the Martial Gods Battalion, so Lin Ling decided to bring him along. Thank you, big brother. The young man was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. However, when he looked at Enuer, he was clearly shocked. Because although Enuer was wearing a veil, her temperament was indifferent. He felt that she was definitely a rare beauty. However, he still abided by the rules. He only took a glance and didn't dare to look again. The three of them chatted as they walked. Through their conversation, Lin Ling found out that this young man was called Li Hu, and he was indeed from the Martial Gods Battalion. Big brother, where did you guys come from? Li Hu was very polite to Lin Ling. We just came back from the outside. Lin Ling said with a smile. The outside? Could it be the other divine lands? Oh my god, you've left Qingzhou? Qingzhou is so big. I haven't even finished exploring it, but big brother, you went to the other divine lands. How enviable. The young man was undoubtedly shocked, but he comforted himself and said, Big brother, the outside you're talking about should be the myriad realms. Then, when he saw that Lin Ling didn't say anything, he immediately confirmed his thoughts. I heard that Qingzhou is the weakest among the 9 prefectures. The other divine lands are the scary ones. I really hope to have the chance to go to the other divine lands in this life. He walked side by side with Lin Ling, but he also talked non-stop like a chatterbox. However, Lin Ling didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he seemed to see himself in the young man, who had anticipation and curiosity about the outside world. After a long time, they finally arrived at Qingzhou. The ancient imperial city stood there like a cauldron, and it was still divided into 5 rings. The imperial city was bustling with noise and excitement. On the surface, the cultivators in Qingzhou were much stronger than before. Those cultivators walked along the street and talked excitedly. They talked about who was more powerful in Qingzhou, how the Azure Emperor was, and so on. When Lin Ling heard that the 3rd princess was still the Azure Emperor and was safe and sound, he was relieved. As for who was more powerful in Qingzhou, he didn't have time to care. With his current strength, only the cultivators of the final world could catch his attention. It's Miss Yunyan. At this moment, the street was suddenly in an uproar. The people around suddenly stretched their necks and looked into the distance. It seemed that their eyes were excited and they were drooling exaggeratedly. This surprised Lin Ling, and he looked at those drooling people with disdain. Miss Yunyan. Next to Lin Ling, Li Hu was also shocked. You know her too? Lin Ling frowned. Wasn't this guy's first time in the Great Azure God Dynasty? How could he know this so-called Miss Yunyan? I've seen her before, but not in the Great Azure God Dynasty. She's in the Martial God Barracks because she's the Azure Emperor's disciple. The Azure Emperor has a good relationship with the Martial God Barracks, so the Martial God Barracks can occasionally see her. Li Hu immediately said. Lin Ling suddenly understood. They're here. At this moment, someone shouted. Then, several figures slowly walked over from the front of the street. The girl in the lead looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She was indeed very beautiful. She wore a white dress and a white belt that fluttered in the wind, as if she was otherworldly. When they saw Miss Yunyan, the street instantly quieted down. Countless people stared at the girl and even their breaths stopped. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shook his head. Although Miss Yunyan was quite pretty, she still paled in comparison to Enuer, who stood beside him. If Enuer removed her veil, everyone's gazes would probably betray Miss Yunyan. Of course, Lin Ling was also looking at Miss Yunyan because she was the 3rd princess disciple. Furthermore, he saw 2 people walking side by side beside Miss Yunyan. These 2 people were not weak. One of them was at the middle stage martial ancestor realm, while the other was at the half-step to martial god realm. This kind of strength was not to be underestimated in Qingzhou. Of course, the 2 people had attracted Lin Ling's attention mainly because Lin Ling sensed the aura of the slumbering heroic spirits from them. Could it be that the slumbering heroic spirits wanted to use Miss Yunyan to get close to the 3rd princess and control Qingzhou? However, with the king of venomous worm's strength, he should not be interested in Qingzhou. Therefore, the king of venomous worms must have other motives. The street was silent. Lin Ling was deep in thought. Perhaps the platinum evil spirit behind him was too tall and had attracted Miss Yunyan's attention. This was because her gaze had passed through the platinum evil spirit and quietly landed on Enuer. Although Enuer was wearing a veil, for some reason, Miss Yunyan felt that the elder sister in the white dress was not as simple as she seemed. When she looked, her beautiful eyes were as clear as autumn water. Li Hu, who was next to Lin Ling, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He cried out in surprise, "Beautiful, so beautiful! And Miss Yunyan is looking at me." Chapter 3957. He named them. His voice was like thunder in the silent street, causing everyone to look over. When they saw Li Hu drooling, they couldn't help but laugh. Beside him, Lin Ling's old face also turned red. This Li Hu was too disappointing, because he realized that Lin Ling was also included in the disdainful gazes of the people. As for Miss Yunyan, she wasn't looking at Li Hu at all. That was why she had a look of disgust on her face. She also gave Lin Ling, who was standing next to Li Hu, a look of disdain. Although Lin Ling was much more handsome than Li Hu, she saw that Lin Ling was also staring at her. Naturally, she thought that Lin Ling was attracted by her beauty. She was truly a person who only looked good on the outside but was actually rotten on the inside. This Qingzhou is really a gathering place for mediocre people. They only know how to look at beauties all day long. No wonder their strength is so weak. At this moment, the old man and the young man beside Miss Yunyan also stared at Li Hu. The young man said indifferently, his tone filled with disdain. His gaze was filled with disdain as well. Of course, with his strength, he naturally had the qualifications to look down on Li Hu. However, as Li Hu was from the Martial God Battalion, he had a strong backbone. Not only was he not afraid, he even glared back fiercely. "Looks like you're not convinced." The young man immediately sneered. Originally, he felt that it was beneath him to make a move against an ant like Li Hu. However, this ant was looking at Miss Yunyan with perverted eyes. This was an insult to him. In his eyes, Miss Yunyan was already his woman. "I'll play with you." He wanted to show off in front of the beauty, so he walked out and waved his hand. "Young Master Zhou, you can't." Beside him, Miss Yunyan's expression changed and she immediately tried to stop him. This was because she knew that this young Master Zhou's background was not simple. It was said that he came from an academy in a certain world, and his strength was monstrous. Not long ago, when he came to Qingzhou, her master, Princess Tian, was also very afraid of him. She even told her that this person should not be provoked. That was why she treated young Master Zhou as the host. As for why he had come to Qingzhou, she wasn't too sure. "Don't worry, Miss Yunyan. I'm just playing with him. I won't hurt him. After all, I'm still a guest." Young Master Zhou revealed a smile that he thought was dashing. He indeed came from the final world and was an expert from the 36th Academy. Originally, he shouldn't have appeared in Qing province, but he was someone from the place of eternal rest. He also received orders from the leader to investigate this place and approach Emperor Qing. It would be best if he could find some people from her mouth. Therefore, he and his father had appeared here. Furthermore, as time passed, his relationship with Emperor Qing had improved. He should be able to find those people through Emperor Qing. As for where those people came from, he didn't know. However, the leader told him that those people were related to Lin Ling. Beside him, Miss Yunyan frowned. She wanted to stop them, but she was afraid that Master Zhou would be unhappy. However, if she didn't stop them, the young man from before would be in trouble. Then she hurriedly looked at Li Hu and wanted him to apologize. She wanted to turn this into a small matter. Although Qing province is a small place, it's not a place that pigs and dogs can provoke. If you want to play, I'll play with you. However, before Miss Yunyan could speak, the young man in blue beside Li Hu spoke. Miss Yunyan was so angry that she almost stomped her feet. She wanted to turn this into a small matter, but the young man couldn't see through her and took the initiative to provoke them. Young Master Zhou, the martial artists of Qing province are a little arrogant. However, they don't have bad intentions, so don't take it to heart. Perhaps they're not talking about you. Then, Miss Yunyan smiled at young Master Zhou. Pigs and dogs, in fact they're talking about him. However, Lin Ling spoke again. Miss Yunyan was fuming with anger. This person was too arrogant. He was looking for trouble. She glared fiercely at Lin Ling and kept trying to signal him with her eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see it. In fact, he was indeed looking for trouble. That was because he wanted to use these two people to bring the Gu King to the surface. Brother Tai, are you saying that I'm a pig and a dog? At that moment, young Master Zhou was also looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about you. Lin Ling nodded honestly. As if he was afraid that young Master Zhou wouldn't believe him, he pointed at him. This action not only angered Miss Yunyan, but also made Li Hu's eyes twitch. It seemed that this guy named Lin Ling had a bad temper too. Previously, although he had a strong backbone, he only dared to stare at him. He didn't dare to speak. However, not only did Lin Ling speak, he even pointed out his name. Interesting. Then let's see who's the pig and dog. Young Master Zhou laughed. His realm essence was activated, causing the great Qing dynasty to be in an uproar. Everyone on the street was shocked. From the aura, they knew how powerful this person was. Even in the depths of the great Qing dynasty's palace, a group of powerful cultivators frowned. This was because they sensed a powerful aura shooting up into the sky. This aura was so terrifying that no one in Qingzhou was a match for it. Take a blow from me and I'll spare your life. Almost at the same time, young Master Zhou attacked. His speed was incomparably fast. His realm essence was so terrifying that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It directly drowned the great Qing dynasty. In the sky of the great Qing dynasty, countless cranes cried and Qingzhou was shaken. So powerful! Miss Yunyan's expression changed. Although she already knew that young Master Zhou was very powerful, she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Could this be the strength of a cultivator from the outside world? Then she stared at Lin Ling with hatred. It was that kid who spoke without thinking that caused young Master Zhou to be angry. Now, there was a game to be played. She only hoped that young Master Zhou could suppress his anger in time and not implicate the innocent people of Qingzhou. Of course, she was also prepared to help the blue-robed youth who spoke without thinking. After all, they were all from Qingzhou. She couldn't bear to see them die here. This bit of strength is really not enough. However, Lin Ling also walked out. As he walked, he shook his head and said, "Ask your lord to come out. He has some qualifications." Hearing this, young Master Zhou's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. However, when his palm arrived in front of Lin Ling, he and Lin Ling looked at each other. However, he realized that Lin Ling's gaze was very calm. It was as calm as the sea. Moreover, within the calmness, there was a hint of mockery. It was as if he was saying, "Is this all you've got?" Young Master Zhou was furious. The terrifying palm directly hit Lin Ling. Not only did it contain the realm essence of the martial ancestor realm, it also contained 30% of the ancestor's realm essence. Boom! The power of this palm was so terrifying that the first wall of the city collapsed. The ground also continued to crack open. The onlookers all opened their mouths wide. What a powerful force! I didn't know that this person was so powerful. Previously, the blue-robed youth offended him. The difference in strength between the two of them is too great. I previously thought that the blue-robed youth was very powerful. In the end, he was easily defeated by a single attack. How disappointing! This is the price of acting tough. In order to get Miss Yunyan's attention, he forced himself to act tough. However, in the end he failed. Chapter 3958. Chapter 3718. Lin Ling, you're back. Even Lady Yunyan shook her head helplessly, as she too assumed that Lin Ling was only trying to act tough. She was extremely disappointed in Lin Ling. She had assumed that even if Lin Ling could not win the battle, he should at least be able to resist the attack. However, he had been defeated before he could even unleash a single attack. At that instant, a series of exclamations could be heard from the street. Lady Yunyan raised her head and her eyes glistened as her body shuddered. The blue-robed young man was still standing on the street. Not only was he perfectly unharmed, he did not even take a step backward. He managed to resist the attack? Li Hu opened his mouth wide, as if his eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. Meanwhile, on the street, Lin Ling ignored the crowd's astonishment. He glanced at Mr. Zhou and said, "Only 30% of your progenitor force? How weak." With his current strength, even a half-martial god would not be able to harm him, let alone Mr. Zhou. How is this possible? Mr. Zhou stared at Lin Ling and shook his head continuously. He was a 6th-layer martial progenitor realm expert with 30% of his progenitor force. How could he fail to defeat this blue-robed young man with his full strength? Since when did the Qingzhou continent have such an expert? Everyone knew that there was no such expert even in the 9 continents. Nothing is impossible in this world. Lin Ling looked down at Mr. Zhou as if he had grown taller. Following this, he threw out a punch. "Try taking a punch from me too." The punch seemed slow, but it contained an indescribable mystery, causing Mr. Zhou's face to turn pale. He instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. His arm was covered in a glow, a sign that he had accumulated a powerful realm force. However, as soon as the 2 attacks collided, a crisp sound could be heard, which was the sound of bones breaking. In the eyes of the crowd, the bones in Mr. Zhou's right arm protruded from his shoulder. This was the result of resisting Lin Ling's punch. How terrifying! Stomp, stomp, stomp. That young Master Zhou screamed and retreated. However, he was supported by a middle-aged man. It was young Master Zhou's father, Zhou Zheng. This man had not spoken before, giving off a gloomy feeling. At this moment, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, "You are not from Qingzhou." He was very clear that his son had jade zombie goo in his body, which was the ultimate 6th-grade desolate physique. Its defense was extremely strong and ordinary people could not harm him. But now, his right arm was broken with a single move. This meant that his opponent was not simple at all. "Who said that I'm not from Qingzhou? You guys are the ones who are not from Qingzhou. What are you doing here? And where is your Goo King?" Lin Ling smiled and said calmly, "Goo King?" The middle-aged man's expression changed, but he still shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I know how to fight, you know that." Lin Ling was still smiling, but he was already walking towards the middle-aged man step by step. The middle-aged man was a half-step to martial god realm expert, but he was extremely cautious. He looked at Miss Yun Yen and said, "Isn't your master Emperor Qing? Why is Qingzhou not doing anything when this person is behaving atrociously here?" Hearing this, Miss Yun Yen opened her mouth but did not speak, because she also knew that she couldn't afford to provoke any of the experts from either side. Of course, the one that surprised her the most was the blue-robed young man. After all, she had always thought that he was just a hedonistic young master. "The way you treat your guests is disappointing." Seeing that Miss Yun Yen did not speak, the middle-aged man did not continue his act. Instead, he chose to attack Lin Ling. "Forget it. Since you've forced me to attack, you'll only end up dead. Moreover, although I don't know who you are, there are some people that you can't fight against." A golden silkworm appeared behind the middle-aged man. It was the golden silkworm Gu from the land of eternal rest. As soon as the golden silkworm appeared, a fatal light bullet appeared. It could easily destroy the entire Qingzhou. Lin Ling stared at the huge golden silkworm and suddenly thought of the few experts that he had met at the Kaiyuan River. They also had golden silkworms. At that time, Lin Ling had to fight them with all his might. But now, bang! Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot out like a cannonball. Almost at the same time, the golden silkworm spat out a fatal light bullet that could cause a violent explosion. Rumble! However, with a punch from Lin Ling, the light bomb was directly blown apart, and a terrifying blast wave swept out. "This guy is courting death." The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he saw this. This was the first time that he had seen someone resist his attack with their physical body. However, he did not have time to be shocked because a figure rushed out from the blast wave. It was Lin Ling. What? The middle-aged man's heart instantly exploded. However, Lin Ling did not attack him. Instead, he pounced on the golden silkworm behind him. Then, he threw a punch that was as powerful as a storm. Bang bang bang. The huge golden silkworm was immediately sent flying into the sky by Lin Ling punch after punch. The golden silkworm was finally blown apart under countless shocked gazes. Countless amounts of energy scattered on the ground like meteors. Among those dazzling meteors, a figure slowly floated down. On the ground, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. His goo was blown apart by Lin Ling and he was obviously seriously injured. Miss Yun Yen, this person is doing whatever he wants in Qingzhou. He even attacked your guests. Shouldn't you do something about it? Then, the middle-aged man looked at Miss Yun Yen anxiously. Until now, he was still pretending to be a guest because he was afraid that Emperor Qing would discover his purpose. Miss Yun Yen was suddenly put in a difficult position. Although Emperor Qing had entrusted her to take good care of these guests and not become enemies with them, these guests were very powerful. If they were displeased, they would very likely behave atrociously in Qingzhou. However, the blue-robed young man in the sky was not weak either. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, a large number of experts flew over from Qingzhou's sky. That's Senior Huang Fuidao. Lord Qiyuhu. Li Hu's sharp eyes noticed that the expert behind the martial god battalion had arrived. Oh my god, isn't that Emperor Qing? Everyone was shocked. All the experts in Qingzhou had arrived. Then, those who did not know the situation looked at the blue-robed young man, thinking that he was in trouble. Even Miss Yun Yen thought so. However, she was so panicked that she did not realize that with the blue-robed young man's strength, even if Emperor Qing and the others came, it would be useless. After the large number of experts arrived, they first flew over and then slowly walked. Their gazes were solemn at first, but when they saw the blue-robed young man floating in the sky, they became excited. They walked towards the blue-robed young man in an orderly manner. As for Lin Ling, he nodded slightly at these people. Lin Ling, you're back. Master. Chapter 3959. The king of venomous worms had arrived. Master. Without a doubt, Miss Yun Yen bit down hard on her lips. She didn't even notice that her lips were bleeding from the bite. Master's master, could he be the legendary man? The real Emperor Qing of Qingzhou, Lin Ling. Boom. Everyone in the great Qing divine dynasty felt their hearts explode. The legend of Lin Ling was known to everyone in Qingzhou. Perhaps many people couldn't recognize Lin Ling after so many years. However, the name Lin Ling represented the entire Qingzhou. Emperor Qing. Then, countless people on the street knelt down. They knew that although Qingzhou looked peaceful, it was actually the hard work of the Emperor Qing behind the scenes. Everyone knelt down, which caused the great Azure Divine Dynasty to be incomparably silent. The only people standing were Yu and Li Hu was beside her. Li Hu was still standing because he felt like he was dreaming. Because a random passerby he met was the fucking Emperor Qing. God, are you kidding me? Big sister, is he the Emperor Qing? While he was in disbelief, he turned to Yuer and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, Yuer said coldly, didn't you see it for yourself? Yuer had always been cold to outsiders, unless she was facing Lin Ling. Li Hu finally reacted and knelt down. He felt that with his luck, he would be shot even if he didn't do anything. No, he would win the lottery. He's the Emperor Qing? At that moment, the middle-aged man frowned and looked at the sky. Father, the Emperor Qing of Qingzhou seems to be Lin Ling. Beside him, young Master Zhou thought for a while and his expression changed drastically. Lin, he's back? And he found us. The middle-aged man immediately guessed something. Lin Ling attacked them for no reason, which explained everything. You too, how long are you going to pretend? At that moment, Lin Ling looked at them. The two of them gritted their teeth. Then, young Master Zhou shouted, Lin Ling, your good luck has come to an end. Let me tell you, the leader of the land of eternal rest is in Qingzhou. He has been waiting for your return. Land of eternal rest? Hearing that, some older warriors immediately panicked because they knew that it was the 10 evils of the 9 states. The 10 evils of the 9 states was an extremely ancient force. They were like the parasites of the 9 states. Wherever they appeared, there would be a bloodbath. Over the years, there were people who wanted to get rid of them, but no one had the power to do so. Leader? What leader? In the past, there was an elder who came to Qingzhou in this place of eternal rest. At that time, the entire Qingzhou was poisoned by him. It was Emperor Qing, Lin Ling, who saved us. Now, he is no longer an elder, but a leader? The leader's strength is definitely stronger than the elder's. Everyone in the surroundings started to panic. Let me tell you. He's the Gu King of the land of eternal rest. He's the #1 Gu King, the leader of everyone. Seeing that everyone was afraid, young Master Zhou suddenly laughed. He was not surprised that people were afraid of the land of eternal rest. Almost at the same time, the ground exploded. In the distance, a huge mass of meat ran along the ground. This mass of meat looked like a worm, but it was extremely large. Its skin was translucent, and one could roughly see the scene inside. There seemed to be many people imprisoned inside. However, upon closer inspection, they did not look like people. Instead, they looked like poisonous worms. The tentacles of the worms spewed out large amounts of smoke, covering the entire sky of Qingzhou. You're all finished. The leader is here. He's going to poison the entire Qingzhou. Those clouds are the spore goo poison. Even if you don't breathe, it will enter your body through your skin. Then, unknowingly, you will become the leader's goo poison. Seeing the colorful smoke in the sky, young Master Zhou was undoubtedly very excited. This caused people to panic even more. Master! The third princess and the others looked anxiously at Lin Ling. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed in front of him, but he waved his hand casually. If the Gu King was in his prime, Lin Ling would have to be careful. However, the Gu King was highly valued, so Lin Ling did not think much of him. Seeing Lin Ling's gentle movements, the third princess and the others were shocked. One should know that the Gu King was the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Was Lin Ling not afraid? Lin Ling, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, after destroying countless houses, the worms stopped far away from Lin Ling. Old man, what are you doing? You've been bitten by the dragon corpse a few times, and now you've turned into a big fat worm. However, you look disgusting enough. Why didn't the dragon corpse tear you apart? Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled lightly. You! The worm's body trembled. After hearing Lin Ling's words, he also remembered what happened in the dragon's continent. At that time, he was in a miserable state. He was beaten up by the dragon corpse until he vomited blood. If not for the worm, he would have been torn apart. Of course, in the face of countless dragon corpses, it was normal for him to end up like this. However, why was Lin Ling unscathed? He had seen Lin Ling walk past the dragon corpse with his own eyes, but he was safe and sound. He still could not forget such unfair treatment to this day. You're dead, you're dead. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you didn't expect this, right? Not only did I not die, after I escaped, I immediately came to find you for revenge. After being angry, the worm suddenly laughed. These are your people, right? Let me tell you, I want all of them to be my worms, all of them to be my worms. Your family, your friends, your wife, you'll regret it. When he said this, the Gu King was obviously very excited. He also controlled the multicolored clouds in the sky, and they rolled down to cover the sky. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, hand over the treasures on your body, and perhaps I'll spare your life. As for your people, if you agree to be my worms, I'll spare their lives. How about it? Did you expect this day to come? Let me tell you, no matter how monstrous you are, you're nothing in front of old monsters like me. The worm kept shouting, each sentence more excited than the last. It was as if he could see Lin Ling's regretful face and kneel down to beg for mercy. However, before he finished his last sentence, he fell silent. That was because Lin Ling, who was in the sky, had a strange horn in his hand. The horn was red and emitted a terrifying aura. At a closer look, the horn looked like a coxcomb. Lin Ling blew at the coxcomb, then threw out the horn. Next, the smoke in the sky turned into a whirlpool and was sucked in by the horn. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Even the worm almost clapped his hands. To be able to see such a scene in his life, this trip was not in vain. Chapter 3960. Flaunting Treasures. That's the comb of the Li Chao Divine Chicken. Heavens, why do you have such a thing? Following that, he let out a trembling voice. Regardless of what kind of goo it was afraid of one thing, and that was chickens. That was because, be it centipedes or spiders, all of them had a natural enemy, and that was the chicken. Of course, this chicken was not an ordinary chicken. It had to be a divine chicken, and there were many types of divine chickens. However, it was undeniable that they were a branch of the phoenix bloodline. And the horn that appeared in Lin Ling's hand was made from the comb of the Li Chao Divine Chicken. It could produce a sound wave attack similar to a chicken's cry. Other than that, it was the bane of the Goo King's goo poison. He, the Goo King, was like a huge meatworm that was being targeted by a rooster. And what angered him the most was that Lin Ling suddenly threw up his hands and said, "Of course I bought this horn." The meatworm was so angry that its entire body trembled. "Looking at your wretched state, you seem to have been injured by the dragon aura. And I happen to have the Grand Ease Poria pill here. It can cure all kinds of strange powers. If you consume it, you can probably recover 60% of your strength." At this moment, a pill appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He waved it and said with a smile, "Grand Ease Poria pill." The meatworm trembled once again. He had heard of such a pill before. In fact, such a pill was not used to cure poison, but to suppress all kinds of strange powers. For example, if a warrior was entangled by lightning, his entire body would be paralyzed, and such a pill could relieve the paralysis. Or if one was frostbitten by the ice elemental ultimate desolate physique, this pill could also defrost it. As for the Goo King, he had been pursued by the dragon corpses in the Kaiyuan River. He had a large amount of dragon aura that required him to constantly release it. After all, he did not have Lin Ling's dragon god talent. However, releasing it took a lot of time. It would probably take at least 100 years. However, the pill was able to completely digest the dragon chi in his body. To him, this kind of medicinal pill was undoubtedly an existence akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. Other than that, I also have a corpse fruit. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. A black fruit appeared in his hand. This fruit looked a little terrifying. Its surface was actually full of skeletons, and it was quietly wriggling. Corpse fruit. According to legend, it was a place where millions of corpses gathered. It was a fruit formed by the good fortune of heaven and earth. It contained a large amount of nether chi and corpse chi. It was suitable for some martial artists who cultivated the nether attribute. For example, the Goo King could use this fruit to plant goo. If he used it on the dragon god, his success rate would increase by 70%. If he had such a fruit back at the Kaiyuan River, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. "Give it to me!" The king of venomous worms shouted anxiously. As the king of venomous worms, how could he not be tempted by such a treasure? I also have a bottle of acupuncture point sealing blood flower. It's said that when a martial god breaks through to the martial god realm and faces the divine tribulation, it can increase the chances of passing the divine tribulation by 30%. This is because this flower has the power to seal acupuncture points, seal blood, and seal the world, preventing the divine tribulation from finding the cultivator. By the way, I have a corpse emperor's finger bone here. I don't know which god it belongs to, but it seems to be very suitable for you. Lin Ling floated in the sky and continued to speak. His intention was naturally to anger the king of venomous worms. The truth was indeed so. Every time the king of venomous worms heard Lin Ling's words, his body trembled. If he had transformed into a human, his eyes would have turned red. This brat actually had so many precious treasures. Where did he get them? In the ancient dragon wilderness, as he had left in advance. He didn't know about the wedding banquet. Are you surprised? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. Let me tell you, these are all bought in the store of God. Sigh, I bought too many. I don't even know which treasure to use first. Moreover, there are too many of them. I'm afraid I won't be able to use them all in my lifetime. Therefore, I can only throw away the useless treasures. After speaking, he took out a set of red and green divine armor and handed it to the third princess. Take it, this is for you. The set of divine armor made the king of venomous worms jealous again. This was because he also came from the ancient dragon wilderness and had a jade token in his hand. He was very familiar with the treasures in the store of God. Naturally, he knew about the set of divine armor. The divine armor was called Fire Descending Glaze. It was an innate divine weapon that had reached the 3rd grade. Wearing this armor, if one activated their realm essence, they would be able to form a fire glaze around their body. Not only was their attack powerful, but their defense was also extremely good. Although this set of armor wasn't very fatal to him, he knew that such a treasure armor would be priceless in the final world. However, this brat actually gave away such a treasure so casually. You bought so many treasures. The king of venomous worms' body continued to tremble. His heart was bleeding. This was too unfair. So many treasures were taken away by this brat. If these treasures belonged to him, his life would be wonderful. Good. As the saying goes, don't show off your wealth. However, you keep showing off your treasures in front of me. It seems like I have no choice but to take action. The king of venomous worms said word by word. His voice was filled with excitement and greed. Leader, you have to get those treasures. On the ground, young Master Zhou also shouted. The treasures that Lin Ling took out previously made him extremely jealous. Don't worry, I will definitely get them. You will also be rewarded. The king of venomous worms nodded excitedly. His words made young Master Zhou and the rest overjoyed. Lin Ling, why don't you surrender? Maybe the leader will spare your life on account of your treasures. Young Master Zhou looked at Lin Ling arrogantly and said after he was overjoyed. Right now, he was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. With the leader around, if he was still afraid of Lin Ling, he would not be able to learn martial arts. The treasures are with me. Whether you can get them or not depends on your ability. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything else. He took a step in the sky and the entire void exploded. Then, Lin Ling shot towards the king of venomous worms like a cannonball. Seeing that Lin Ling took the initiative to attack, young Master Zhou and the rest on the ground were stunned. They pointed at Lin Ling and laughed dumbfoundedly. Was that brat a retard? Although Lin Ling had defeated them previously, they all agreed that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would never be a match for the king of venomous worms. The strength of the leader of the resting ground of heroic spirits was not to be underestimated. Even the king of venomous worms was stunned. He thought that Lin Ling was a little crazy. However, he immediately sneered. The originally huge flesh worm expanded like a balloon at this moment. Come, my body is full of venomous worms. If you touch me, you are dead meat. The king of venomous worms snorted at the same time. He could even imagine that when Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he would be drowned by his flesh. That guy would probably scream in pain. However, Lin Ling was a little cunning. He had to prevent him from escaping.